Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Oh, there she is. Good morning.
And into my neighbor, we had flooding in our little subdivision.
Oh, really?
Yeah, washouts and basements.
Yeah. All right. All right, we're going to start our meeting this morning with a recognition of a long-term dedicated employee. Mark, are you there? I'll be disappointed if you're not. Mark?
There's a time difference in Florida. Maybe.
Oh, yeah, time difference. No, he's an hour ahead of us.
That's true. Yeah.
He is an hour ahead of us. Mark, are you there?
He'll be here at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, he didn't change his watch.
Madam Chair, we are trying to make contact with Mark.
Okay, what,
He probably doesn't understand how to use the system.
yeah. We probably already got him logged out.
You know, when I was working in IT, you were not supposed to bring up a new website and go on vacation, or especially retire, right?
Yeah,
That's
without
true, yeah.
field testing it.
So you had to be around for questions.
Okay, we'll give him just one more second. Mark, for those that don't know, Mark was our IT director for 22 years. He retired from the military, and then he joined Winona County and served us very well. Personally, he always was very helpful on little things. I was able to stump him a couple times with questions, but we usually figured it out. So I do greatly personally appreciate his service, and I know the county employees do. If he did start that new website, though, I do have a little issue with, I don't see any fields or corn or beans or cows or pigs. I just see city scenes. So
I'm working on that.
we need to diversify.
Better
We are a
resolution.
diversified county. I need to see that. Oh, well, I just pull up the front page. Sorry, I haven't fully investigated. I'll check it out. I will check it
I
out.
have to enlist a county photographer. We gotta find somebody who can take a decent picture. It has the right.
I wonder
camera,
about doing public comment while we wait.
Yeah, we haven't got Mark yet? Obviously not. Why don't we continue? When Mark joins us, we can recognize him. We'll move on to item number 2, public comment. 2 minutes per speaker. And if you're in the audience, please step to the podium and state your name and address. And same for anybody that's out in the virtual world. We need a name and address for our records. So is there anyone wishing to address the Winona County Board about any issue this morning? Step to the podium. And
Yes, thank you for opening it up to the public. My name is, are you going to start my time? I'll give the name.
Good to be.
Losing valuable seconds,
okay,
Bob.
All right, I'm Bob Reddick, 24450 County Road 21, 55987, Winona, Wilson Township. This is concerning the Roseanne Naumheim CUP docket number PC 71521-02. Full disclosure, I am a member, I'm here as a private citizen, but I am a member of the BOA, chair of the BOA, and past chair of the Planning Commission. This CUP is not necessary and should be denied. Both the Board of Adjustment and Planning Commission failed to properly apply several of the required findings. I do support property owner rights until they come into conflict with the substantial community ordinances. While the findings are somewhat subjective, they can only be bent so far. The BOA rightfully allowed a residence on prime soils, and they actually are prime. As I drove up there and saw beautiful corn and alfalfa as I drove past the site. So they are prime. I opposed the petition as the owner was not willing to move the building site away from the cliff edge and therefore violated the Winona County Comprehensive Plan. The owner rightly rejected an alternate site that would have met without a CUP or a variance. The owner rightly rejected a complying alternative site because they would make the driveway longer. The proposed driveway will destroy 50 to 100,000 square feet of prime farmland, and saving prime soil is and was the main concern of BOA members. So the obvious solution that would save most prime soil would be to build as close as possible to Government Point Road, which the BOA decision already allows. and no CUP is needed. The BOA and Planning Commission members are appointed. The recourse for a BOA decision is the district court. The recourse for a PC decision is the elected county board. I have chaired the PC and knew our task was to use all the information provided by the very competent and professional staff and get public input and make a recommendation based on the state required findings, not our personal feelings, to the county board. I knew the PC was advisory and was not upset when occasionally the board did not agree with our findings. The board's responsibility is not to rubber stamp the PC, especially when the criteria findings are not followed. This CUP is unnecessary, and I recommend that it be denied. With the BOA decision, they can already build on their land, and would hope that they would show their sincerity about saving prime farmland and building close to the existing road. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Anyone?
May I
else?
speak?
Yes, please.
I'm the landowner, and let me turn on the video here.
Name and address, please.
Roseanne Nonheim, 52 Middlesex Drive, St. Louis, Missouri. We had two choices: building close to the Government Point Road and saving farmland, or moving to the site that was recommended, which would be pretty much in full view of Winona, because coming right down 61, it faces directly into that road and it would be visible from the highway. I chose to put it where it's not visible from the highway because I wanted to save the bluff edge so that people going up and down the river don't necessarily see a house up there. And that's why we chose to do what we did. I understand some of that farmland will be used for the road, but I think the trade-off is good for the city of Winona since it saves the bluff edge.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the county board?
I'm Debbie Nevor, 571 East Howard Street, Winona, Minnesota. I want to comment on the proposal for the bluff top house near Homer. In reading the article, in the shopper, I understand that they're thinking about building closer to the ridge top than our setback in the ordinance currently allows. And I remember going to public hearings when the land use ordinance was set up, and I think we need to follow it. I have lots of out-of-town guests who come here for Shakespeare and Beethoven Festival, and that's the one thing they always comment on to me is how beautiful the bluffs look in our county because you can't see all these houses, as the landowner just talked about, from the highway. And I urge the county board to follow the ordinance that has already been passed, because if we make an exception for one person, more people will follow. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the county board?
Hello,
Morning.
my name is Ann Olson, and I'm with an organization called Animal Folks. We deal with animal cruelty issues throughout Minnesota. In 2016, I testified before this board when multiple dog breeding operations applied for and were granted permits. I am here again to respectfully request that the county establish a moratorium to stop further permitting of dog breeding operations and allow time to study this issue and to assess the county's conditions, processes, and duties in issuing these permits. Because of time, I will highlight just two main reasons. One, the animals. The mass production of puppies in these facilities is an antiquated business model. There are countless studies proving the harm or risk to the breeding animals confined for years and bred repeatedly, as well as to the puppies, removed after 8 weeks and typically shipped to brokers who then flip them to pet stores. To increase profits, we've also seen corners cut, such as in lack of sanitation, so much so that the ammonia levels are high in the ice water, lack of ventilation, lack of temperature control, lack of staff, where even just 1 or 2 people are responsible for 50, 100 or more dogs, lack of socialization and enrichment, lack of vet care. Just some examples from USDA inspection reports. A female golden doodle died, had stopped eating. The breeder did not provide treatment for the dog and did not contact the veterinarian, as cited in the report. That was 2017 St. Charles breeder. A female American Eskimo was diagnosed with necrotic wounds, hypothermia, dehydration, potential sepsis. The veterinarian said the dog only had the injury 5-7 days before she saw him, so the dog didn't need to be euthanized if brought in earlier. That was 2019, a breeder in Utica. Which leads me to my second point, which is compliance or lack of. We understand the Planning Commission may focus on traditional land use issues. We hope that this board will consider the bigger issue, which is the treatment of animals. One condition in the CUPs we see is comply with all state laws. And yet we don't know if this has occurred. Without knowing if a breeder even has a state license, the county has not fulfilled its duty to ensure compliance for chapters 343, 347, and 346. Thank you for giving me the time to speak, and we respectfully ask that you establish a moratorium to look at this issue further. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to address the county board?
Hi, Kevin Justin, S2858 McRoe, Fountain City, Wisconsin. I'm representing the Newheim project. So in response, the site that was picked is a class 3 soil. Okay, and it hasn't been used for many, many years at all, as far as I know. So the proposed road, yes, it will take up some of the prime land, but where this house is set, it's about a 3% grade. And if you pick any other spot on that property, it's class 1 and 2 soils. So you're going to destroy more soil with the house than you will with the road, as far as I'm concerned, because the footprint of that house and the surrounding area that we have to use, we're going to tear up a lot more class 1 and 2 soils. And we'll probably have to have more culverts and such, and some kind of a, I don't know, the soils are steeper there, so we'd have to have some kind of runoff mitigation. So, and the proposed second choice site is, I would say probably 20 to 25% grade. So I don't see where that's a real alternative. And the site that's chosen, like I said, hasn't been used for farmland at all. Been in, I'm not sure if it's a set-aside program or it's weeds now. So I guess that's all I have to say about that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to address the Winona County Board? Anyone else wishing to address the county board? And third and last time, anybody else wishing to address the county board? All right, thank you for your comments. Did we get Mr. Anderson on the line? Ms. Holte, were we able to get Mr. Anderson on the line?
Madam Chair, we're unable to make contact with Mark.
Okay, all right. Well, we can, if he's joining us virtually, we can do it next meeting. Hopefully he can figure out the system by then.
We had a tea time.
All right, okay, all right. Thank you. Moving on, item 3, approval of the county board meeting minutes. 3.1 is the county board from July 27th, 2021.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion made by Commissioner Kavesi, seconded by Commissioner Olson to approve the meeting minutes from July 27th, 2021. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, meeting minutes approved. Item 4, acknowledge receipt of the approved committee meeting minutes from 4.1 Extension Committee, March 11th, 2021. 4.2 Extension Committee, June 4th, 2021. 4.3 Board of Adjustment, June 17th, 2021, and 4.4 Planning Commission from June 17th, 2021.
I'll move to acknowledge 4.1 through 4.4.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Jacob, seconded by Commissioner Kavesi to acknowledge the receipt of 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, and 4.4. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, approved. Item 5, consent comments and approval of the agenda. Mr. Fritz, is there any changes?
I have none.
Okay. Commissioner Kavesi?
I would like to pull item 6.1 and 6.2 for discussion.
Okay, so 6.1 will become 7.0 and 6.2 will become 7.01. All right.
Oh, I have a committee report from the WinLec meeting yesterday and an announcement from the community.
Okay. Commissioner Meyer.
Just an announcement.
Commissioner Olson.
Would just like a request for further board action at the end.
Future board action.
Mhm.
All right. Commissioner Jacob.
I'd like to pull 6.5.
6.5. Okay, so 6.5 will make 7.02. And anything else?
No.
Attorney Sonneman?
Nothing for me, thank you.
And I have an announcement. All right. So with those changes, we have an amended agenda. Motion to accept the amended agenda.
Also move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Meyer, second by Commissioner Kavesi to approve the amended agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, the amended agenda is approved. Mr. Fritz, would you read into the record the remaining?
Remaining 3 items. Consent business committee recommendations. 6.1 and 6.2 have been pulled for further discussion. 6.3 approved renewal of Veteran Services Office Operational Enhancement Grant Program Agreement and Resolution. 6.4 approve addendum to fiscal 2021 Regional Safe Drinking Water for Private Wells Use Sub-Agreement. 6.6 confirm payment of disbursements, and that concludes the consent agenda.
So a motion to approve the consent agenda would be in order.
I will so move.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Meyer, second by Commissioner Kavesi to approve the consent items. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, consent agenda is approved. So now we will go to item 6.1, approve interim use permit for Erickson Family Shady Maple Farms to allow a dog kennel facility. And that was Commissioner Kavesi.
Yeah, I'm conflicted over this issue. I did attend the Planning Commission meeting where it was discussed, and I realized this business is not a mega business in the sense of, not huge numbers of dogs and things like that. And they have been operating a similar business. I guess I just wanted to see if anybody had any discussion. Probably I should have put this as a request for a future agenda item, because when I look at the list of all of our dog kennels and look at our ability to do compliance in association with the State Animal Board of Health, that's where some of the conflict comes in. So, I don't have any particular issues with this permit since it is different from the other kinds of dog kennel permits we've approved. It's just more the issue in general.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Meyer.
I have a question for staff. I had heard that possibly the Ericksons had not acquired the state and federal licenses for the permit, the conditional use permit that they were granted back in 2018. Is that, have they gotten that permit? Is that true?
Eric Johnson is joining us remotely. Eric, do you have any updates from the Ericksons as far as their 2018 CUP and licensure with the Board of Animal Health?
The petitioner was working under the assumption that he didn't have the numbers, but I think he was checking into it, and he will be making the applicable applications for both the state and federal for the previous site as well as this site.
So does this mean that we don't have any records of inspection on the part of the state or the USDA on the manor?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so this is a concern to me, and that would be grounds to pull or suspend the 2018 permit. Isn't that correct?
The Board of Animal Health does not give us an update on who is or isn't licensed, because that's part of a query about public information, because they are the organization of record that licenses dog and cat breeders in the state in terms of their animal welfare as well. If there is like an egregious situation that they identify that they ask for sheriff's help, or they ask for a departmental liaison, Carly McGinty, our feedlot officer, would be that liaison. But like animals that may be suffering in an inspection where we are inspecting for manure and for manure pits and for facilities, we do not do enforcement. We might inform the Board of Animal Health that an inspection might be called for, type of thing. You'll note that both in the original staff report and in the findings of fact that were adopted by the Planning Commission since 2018, based on also input from the Planning Commission and from county board members, numbers 5 and 7 of the conditions have evolved. The recommendation by the Planning Commission was that in July of each year, to dovetail with the Board of Animal Health, that the anybody holding a breeding CUP or IUP in the county report to us the number of adult dogs, so that we can more easily verify that what the county board approves is actually what they have there. In the case of the first Erickson IU or CUP, Eric, my understanding was that they had not anywhere near reached the 50 dog capacity that was awarded them. Is that correct?
That is, I believe they were around the 20 dog, and they had the CUP to allow up to 50, but they have elected not to do that.
The only other piece of information in addition to numbers 5 and 7 being new conditions, that the department is also evolving as we get more information and try to improve the compliance while not actually doing the job of a state agency that's being paid to do a certain job, is that the difference in this project and his 2018 project and past projects that have a broker that stops in. Some of the Utica Township breeders from the past that have a broker that comes and picks up puppies is a different situation than the Ericksons, where they're planning to have individuals come and pick up a dog. So that does kick in the ADA accessibility, and even though they don't have to pave a parking lot and put striping on and gravel is good enough if it's compacted, as long as there's signage, but they would have to put in a counter that is the correct height for ADA accessibility. And that was a miss from the 2018 CUP, because we were under the understanding that a broker was picking up dogs there. That may not be what we were told, but we were operating under that understanding because that had become the norm. So I have to apologize to the board for that, because we should have followed up on the ADA accessibility factor there
and I appreciate a couple of you have brought that to my attention. That is the responsibility of the county. I did talk to the regional building inspector for this information, just to make sure that I wasn't misspeaking, because we don't do building inspection here. We're not an assigned county. So he did state that the packed gravel was fine, to make sure that the counter was there, and not to bring the public back by the cages, because that would have to then be ADA accessible as well. So those are just the only new pieces of information since the Planning Commission, just to bring to the board's attention.
Commissioner Kavesi?
Yeah, I know at the Planning Commission meeting, they discussed this, that the Ericksons plan to sell at the gate. So does that mean they sell to families or individuals, or do they sell to a small broker rather than a large broker?
Eric, I believe it was our understanding that they were selling to individuals, not to brokers. Is that correct?
My understanding is directly to families and persons.
That's like one dog at a time, or possibly two if someone really wants a lot. Yeah, okay.
That was the representation, I believe.
Yeah, we have 2 kittens, and sometimes I wonder why, so there you go.
So Madam Chair? Yeah, going back to this question. So we got this information. I don't know if you all ever had the chance to print it out, but this is from the state of Minnesota. And so commercial breeders are anyone who has 10 or more adult dogs. So even though they might not have gotten all 50,
but no.
10, and has more than 5 litters of puppies. And then there are USDA requirements, and there are several classes of. So I mean, my personal opinion at this point is that I sort of feel like we should step back from approving a new permit until we get the existing permit into compliance. I was at the the Planning Commission meeting, and it sounds like a small and a great operation. I mean, I don't have anything against the breeder, but I really feel like when I was on the Planning Commission, that there were people who asked for permits who already had permits that they were out of compliance on. I'm thinking in particular of a gravel pit that was right next to Ridgeway School. And there was a strong request to bring it into compliance before we move further. So that's really how I feel about this. And then I suppose we'll have an opportunity to talk about a future board action perhaps, but if our fees are not sufficient to pay for the needed inspections, and I understand it's the state of Minnesota and the USDA that regulate animal health. But if we need to have more inspections to make sure that we have ADA compliance when it's needed, or to make sure that the kennels in question actually have got the appropriate permits and follow up on it, then maybe we need to increase our fees so that we can afford to pay for staff to regulate the kennels and make sure that they are in compliance.
Commissioner Olson?
Yeah, I was at the Planning Commission meeting also. And I do think that the county has responsibility when we put conditions upon a permit. I come from a building inspection, building official background. We issue building permits and we inspect them. We don't just say you have to build it per code. We have to go and inspect that you are building it per code. So if we put conditions on and we don't follow up on the conditions, we just take an example, this one that never got the proper commercial dog breeding license. We just told him he had to, but we didn't follow up on it. So I think that we are failing on our end, and I would like to, I'm not going to support this permit.
Commissioner Jacob?
If the applicant is here, I'm wondering if I could ask them a question, if you wouldn't mind stepping to the podium.
Sure, that's a direct question, yes.
So with respect to Commissioner Meyer and Commissioner's assertion that you have been out of compliance, that was not my understanding at the Planning Commission meeting. My understanding was that numbers were such that you didn't need those particular regulations that they're asserting that you needed. So I would like you to answer this question.
Thank you. I'm Greg Erickson. I'm the one applying. I can't speak for the other, that is my sons, but I will try to clarify some of the questions. There is a disagreement on the wording of the state, and I'm not the legal, but my son and daughter-in-law believe that they are under the dog limits. And when Eric came to my home and saw mine, I said about 20 dogs. And they were trying to abide by the state law and stay under the limits. So if the county would tell us and agree on, and Eric and I are a little bit on, excuse me for my examples of when the USD license is not required, include but not limited to retail sales, including adoption, where the buyer, seller, and dogs are physically together in the same place so that the buyer can observe the animal prior to purchase and taking custody. This is when the license are not required. So as long as we don't, as long as, now we're talking about that one, ours is going to be face-to-face sales of puppies. Theirs is face-to-face sales of puppies. So as long as their numbers are under the state limit and they're not selling to brokers, they're not required to be state inspected. No, I know you want state inspections, and if you put that into mine, you know, I'm okay with going by county guidelines. I'm here appealing to you, saying I want to raise dogs for 5 more years with my grandchildren. If you tie one hand behind my back, I know that going into it, and I'm willing to do that. But I'd like to stay under the criteria. I believe that I'm doing a good job raising my one adult female, and the young one's coming up. Can I address the board just a little bit on
One clarifying question,
Yes.
Mr. Erickson.
I don't want to side dress it. Yeah,
What document were you reading from that said that you did not need a, so that we all have the right document? Okay, it's a USDA government animal welfare. Okay, all right.
Yeah, yeah. The pebble effect in a pond. I care about animal welfare. All right, I read the 10 pages or 20 pages that was presented as evidence why to put a moratorium on it. And if that was going on and 250 dogs, you know, I got this. But we're talking 10 dogs and 20 grandchildren, and I'm going, we're asking just to, and I got the idea that you think we're out of compliance, but I thank you for granting that conditional use. And there's 7 grandchildren up there that are taking care of those dogs, and so they'll raise 10 adult dogs and try to stay under the state guidelines so that they're, but yeah, ask me some more questions. Get me out of this.
So I guess the other question might be more for staff or our board. Just because other members of his family have a CUP, can we deny him a CUP because someone he knows or is related to, we feel could possibly be on the borderline to regulations that we're not sure if they're fully in compliance with? He's himself, he's saying he's willing to comply to everything that we're asking of him. And we're saying, no, you know someone who, or could be related to someone who we're not 100% certain is in full compliance. So I don't feel like that's grounds. His CUP. The other CUP should stand on its own, and if there's something out of compliance, we need to address that, or they need to prove that they are in compliance, which I think you've said they might bring their numbers down to 10.
Well, they believed it.
10 adults.
They thought it was 20. Now, when they, Eric showed me this, now, I don't know if they had changed in the last, 12 years, or it says 10 here. So,
And that permit is in your son's name, correct, Mr. Erickson? That's not in your name,
yeah.
or is it?
Well, it goes with, conditional use goes with the property.
With the land.
Yeah.
Correct.
So,
and he
it
was,
is the same property.
It's the same parcel.
okay.
Yeah.
But then a question for this, of course, we get the state of Minnesota involved here and the USDA. The permit for these operations goes with an individual. It doesn't go with the land. Am I correct? I mean, a permit to be a commercial dog breeder would be with an individual, not the land they are living on. Is that a correct?
It's a license.
It-
It's not really a permit.
Okay,
So it goes with the person.
the person.
You have to apply every year, annual fee.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So we're trying to, restrict. We're in land use. We're not in licensing, and we've got other partners, state and the United States Department of Agriculture. Commissioner Kavesi.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was looking at the Planning Commission package and looking at the recommendations. These are the conditions that have been added, I believe.
And I see, on the printed board packet, I see 8 conditions. Is that what, are you looking at, Commissioner Kavesi?
Well, the one I was looking at has 7 conditions, but let me go to the,
I'm looking at page 33 in our packet.
okay. Number 4 says the owners shall comply with all relevant regulations and standards of Winona County and the state of Minnesota. And number 7 says the owners shall, upon demand or if complaints have been received, produce the most recent results from the Board of Animal Health in verification of humane treatment of the animals. So that's assuming that they have licensure. So I don't know if these 2 conditions were included in the previous CUP. I would assume they sound, kind of like standard conditions for this kind of business.
I think Ms. Foley might have the answer.
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner Kavesi, so number 4, the owner shall comply with all relevant regulations and standards of Winona County and the state of Minnesota is on all CUPs and IUPs. So we assume that people are doing the right thing and doing their due diligence to find out if they need a development certificate from us, or if they need a permit from the health department of the state of Minnesota, which happens quite frequently. We do not go back and check to see if they have each and every permit that could possibly apply. And one of the reasons why is if we miss something, then it becomes our responsibility, and we expect them to take care of the other aspects of the project unrelated to land use and zoning. But to get more specific, the 2 new ones, number 5 that I mentioned earlier about the numbers of dogs being verified, and number 7, if complaints have been received, produce the most recent results from the Board of Animal Health. We operate on a good faith basis. I can remember Commissioner Jacob one time saying that any one of us could be in the feedlot business, could be out of compliance on a day. The problem with an inspection protocol is that you have a point of time. There could be a violation or a complaint or something discovered by the inspectors of the Board of Animal Health that then enters a complaint protocol with them, much as a complaint protocol is entered here. We've seen it, things that come up, people complain, commissioners call me. We then start marching toward an inspection, the results, and what happens at the end of it. And this is also true for the state agency that is in charge of animal welfare, which we are not. Now, all of these folks, if they're approved for either a CUP or IUP, we verify through the development certificate process. We don't just let them go on their own. We go out, we inspect. Was the outdoor socialization yard constructed properly? Is the drainage away done properly? Is the animal refuse distributed on fields, which is what most choose to do? We cannot inspect on whether or not dogs were placed in the outdoor socialization yard. That is part of the Board of Animal Health responsibilities. So while I don't want to do the state agency's job for them, I certainly have within the purview of the planning director the ability to hire someone to do the building inspection, particularly the ADA accessibility portion of things, and add that on as a charge to the applicant. And I just wanted to say one quick other thing, and that was that I omitted that the state building inspector for the southern region also stated that they need an ADA accessible outdoor porta potty. He said they don't need to build bathrooms inside during their remodel, but they should consider where that porta potty is going to go and maybe have it do double duty for both operations. Thank you. Unless anybody has any other questions for me.
I do.
Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. As you've been talking, so my question to you now is, does the existing operation from the 2018 conditional use permit require the ADA compliance as well, because that is sales to the public?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, I still feel like we can consider a new conditional use permit, but not until the existing one satisfies the additional requirements that we ask people to complete once we grant the CUP.
Commissioner Jacob.
Yeah, I think a piece that I'm confused on is, I thought this was an entirely different CUP. So is it, I mean, so it's a second CUP on the same property? Wouldn't that just be an expansion of the original CUP? How is that, how are we, I mean, I'm confused on that.
This is an IU.
What I recall from the Planning Commission was that there is an intention to divide that parcel in the future. And so there'll be one on each of the two parcels.
That is correct, Commissioner Jacob and Commissioner Meyer and Madam Chair.
But that hasn't happened yet, so.
That
really
was
doesn't-
our understanding, I believe. Correct, Eric? Eric's unmuted, but.
I remember the map with the line drawn on it.
Yeah.
Things can
So
change.
that was,
But that
the
blurs,
commissioner, or the petitioner is here, so we can certainly ask that as well.
but that certainly blurs what we're trying to approve today. Are we approving an expansion on the initial parcel that has not been subdivided, that could be subdivided, and we really don't have any authority to make that happen? Or, I mean, Lord knows, 1,000 things could happen. Someone could die or whatever, and that, so I'm a little unclear on that, whether we're really, can we even approve a second CUP on the same parcel if there's already, that parcel already has a CUP?
This would be an IUP.
Well,
so
that's only the newer version of the same thing, right?
Well, yes and no, because if there was an event such as the split didn't take place, that was added as a condition, just for instance, that could be the terminating point of the IUP, such as, you know, in 5 years would be a date or a time. The event could be the split does not take place or something like that. So anyway, you have some discretion, I believe, but I'm not going to speak the law to, we have our county attorney, and I think we have our assistant county attorney listening as well. So that would be one scenario I could see.
The law is very unclear. It's not, I wore black and white today, but it's not black and white, unfortunately.
And it matches your glasses
yeah, I
frames
do.
really well.
Yes,
It
thank
looks
you.
great.
Thank you. A question. We're in this case, we're working with a land use. Ours are land use. Do we, Winona County, issue any kind of license or permit for the actual dog breeding? My understanding is that's all state of Minnesota and the USDA. We're just saying they can use their land, their buildings and property for this function. Am I'm unclear.
No, we're just approving the use.
The
on that
use. Right. So a lot of these questions and such are not within our control. We need to depend on our partners, the state of Minnesota and the USDA, to step up their game if we want them to make the site visits and check the regulations and all those things. That, as you said, we do not have the staff, but we're not issuing a commercial dog license. We're just, right. So I think we're assuming a lot of control, which we don't have the power to do and could be challenged. We talk about, people challenging our rules and regulations. And I will point out, Mr. Erickson did serve on the Planning Commission, so he knows the ins and outs of this and the compliance factor. So I think we're stepping over, not that we can't research it some more, do future board actions and such, but right now today, we're just saying he can use his buildings and then he has to follow other people's rules. We're not in control of those other people's rules.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think that the thing that Commissioner Kavesi pointed out, and that I myself have asked almost this very same question at the Planning Commission, it's like, well, how do we know that so-and-so will do whatever? Well, because if we know that they will get the permit for the driveway. We know that they will get the permit for the septic system. We know that they will do what they're supposed to do with the well, because there is an assumption that they will comply with the relevant regulations and standards of the county and the state. And I really think we should add USDA. But this is kind of boilerplate language in the conditions that we put on pretty much every conditional use permit. So it was done in anticipation that the person receiving the conditional use permit would follow all the other regulations, including the state and federal regulations.
Mr. Jacob.
I think along those lines is that lastly, we don't issue the development permit to actually build the dwelling until all these conditions are met. So in this case, I think the IUP should not be, it should be contingent on every condition that the county, all of your concerns are met before this IUP issues.
I don't disagree with that.
So if there are things that this board wants resolved as a part of the conditions before we would issue the IUP, I would be fine with including those in the conditions as we develop the IUP.
Right, because this is economic development. He's trying to support his family. He's trying to pay his taxes, and to deny on. I agree with Commissioner Jacob. We want to add certain things and clarify. Yes, this is boilerplate language, but I don't know. We always try and treat everybody alike, and I think we should, because we have issued many permits in the past. Ms. Qualley.
Madam Chair, to Commissioner Jacobs' point, the development certificate, they can't build, they can't remodel, they can't do any of the physical work on the site until an approved plan is submitted. That would include the ADA accessibility factor. That would be then verified by an independent contractor. And I've got suggestions for a couple of contractors that can do that work. Sometimes we've had the city of Winona's building inspection crew do it. But the conditions specifically like 5 and 7, they wouldn't be able to satisfy those conditions prior to the construction of the facility to actually have the dogs, because they wouldn't have dogs yet. I know that seems really logical, but I just want to make sure we don't bake in a challenge that would cause an impossibility to ever issue a development certificate. The other thing is I'm also wearing black and white today. The IUP, having a limitation of an event that terminates or a date that terminates is in state statute. And so that is something, if an IUP is accepted either today or at some future point, that can have a condition added of an event such as the split. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Olson.
So I agree with you, Commissioner Ward, that we don't do the inspections. However, we put conditions that licenses are obtained. And in this instance, because of some confusion in the language or some possible changes, we don't know that happened, and we would never know unless it came to light, because even though it's a condition, we never check the condition. And Commissioner Jacob had made a comment, can you issue another IUP or CUP to a property that already has one, even though it's, you know, a plan of dividing it, but right now we're gonna have, is that the proper application of a CUP or IUP when there's one that already exists?
That's a question for our attorney staff, I believe, because I'm not sure about that. This is the first time that it's come up. I think the goal is a different breeding facility altogether on a different spot on a site that may have a future split.
Here, I guess this may clarify this. Do you pay sales tax on a dog? When you buy a dog, do you pay sales tax? I don't know. I'm asking. I imagine if you go to a pet store, you do.
I don't know.
So if they pay sales tax, then each individual has to have a separate tax ID number. So I can ask Mr. Erickson, do you have a tax ID number? Or do you know if you have to collect sales tax on dogs? I don't know.
Yeah, you pay a fee through the Humane Society.
But no, I'm saying
But,
a sales
yeah,
tax.
It's not broken down what that.
I mean, you
fee
go buy,
includes.
you know, a
I understand. I
bottle
don't know
of something
the
at Fleet
answer
Farm
either.
and
I'm
you
just saying
pay sales
a
tax. So do
fee.
you have a tax ID number?
I do not.
Okay. How do you report your income? I hate to get into these muddy
That's
waters.
fine. We
How do-
report all income.
As a separate in your tax reporting?
No, it would be just like a farmer.
Farmer, I just,
Yeah.
Okay.
my expenses
Listen.
and my income for my dogs.
Okay.
I haven't sold
Is
that
it-
many dogs yet, but we have been notified, my son has been notified that sales tax is due.
Okay, all right.
We did not know that.
Okay, so then
Those are,
his operation would,
This is,
well,
this is
depends
a
on
learning
the-
process.
Sure,
So
I have a question for the applicant.
yes, Commissioner Jacob.
What is your time frame? Not intent, but actual time frame on when this parcel split will happen? Is it an idea in the future, or is it already? You're
there's
talking
an
about
idea, I don't want it in the shopper, but there's about $70,000 that needs to be cleaned up on a loan that property behind my son's is mortgaged to, and they will not release any of that property until I clean that loan up, so. We're hoping by the end of.
Gotta sell a few dogs.
No, we sell some of our equipment from our farm to clean up that loan, so.
Sure.
And that's what's holding this up, so.
All right.
Well, so I guess that brings me back to whether this is because that parcel is not yet split and we don't know when it'll be split, whether this is an expansion of the existing permit that's already issued to that property, and whether a new one is even potentially.
Are you saying we maybe should delay action till that question is answered?
If we tabled it, there's a 60-day issue.
Are we within that 60-day, or the applicants would have to agree to extend it? And I'm seeing Ms. Qualley nod her head. Okay. Okay,
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Meyer.
I'm going to move to deny this request. I would like to see the additional conditional use permit get its licenses, become ADA compliant, and then I would probably be willing to consider the second permit.
I'll second that.
Okay. So I'm unclear. Are you just saying let's deny it, or are you denying it with conditions?
Nope, I'm denying it.
Okay,
I'm telling why
okay,
and what I would want to see as a commissioner before it came back, and I would be willing to consider approving it.
okay. In our process and procedures, if we deny an
Can't
application.
come back for a year.
Well, unless they have
Parcel split.
new, well,
Yeah,
unless they
well.
have new information. Now, would obtaining these permits be considered new information that they could not have to pay the whole fee and go through, or they'd have to go through a conditional use permitting process through the planning commission again. But would that eliminate the need for a new fee and everything if they came up with either the year time frame as we have, or if there is substantial new information? Would this permitting and these licenses be considered substantial new information? I'm looking for Ms.
And,
Qualley or Commissioner Jacob.
Yeah, and also, I guess just as discussion on this, aren't they already approved on the previous one up to 50, did you say? If they were to come into compliance, they could already go to 50, just on the permit that exists?
So the existing 2018 CUP was for 50 dogs, and right now, my understanding is that they have about 20 or so. They can expand the existing CUP. As far as new information, for us to do some cleanup on the ADA aspect of things, which was missed, frankly, missed by staff. While we don't go and chase after permits that they need to get from the Department of Health or from the Board of Animal Health and so on, that is clearly within our responsibility. And so we need to execute that. I don't know that that would constitute new information as much as we help the petitioner who is already a CUP holder to understand that they need ADA accessible porta potty, countertop, and they, I'm sure, would want to provide to us verification of their Board of Animal Health status just because of the discussion today. So
Question, if we deny this, I think the Ericksons currently have some dogs, and we know dogs can get bred unintentionally. Things happen. What are they allowed under the rules? Mr. Erickson read that document that they don't need a, under so many, 10, I think was the article. What are they allowed to do with those dogs? Do you still need a conditional use or an IUP to sell a litter?
dog breeding facilities are a conditional use in Winona County.
Even if you have one dog. And if all the homeowners that have a dog and go get their dog bred to have a batch, everybody seems to want to have a dog have a batch of puppies for some reason. That seems to be a trend. So would everyone that has one dog in Winona County need to come in and get a permit?
Commissioner Ward, I'm sorry, I can't answer that because if you have a litter and you want to sell a puppy, that's not going to come to the attention here. This was an application for a conditional use permit based on the conditions described, because they already have a conditional use permit. They were familiar with that. At 20 dogs, they need to be registered with the Board of Animal Health. If they have not done so, then they, I'm sure, are in the process of doing so, because now they are better informed.
Sure. So if he has 7 grandchildren and they all took out all owned a dog, we're saying they probably could sell those dogs.
I think the 7 grandchildren might be playing with the dogs and not owning them, but I don't want to speak to Mr. Erickson's operation since he's already here.
But I think that's something, if we're gonna fine tune this, I think that's something that the lawyers need to look at. What do we do with very small operations and how they're handled?
One quick point that I think was asked by yourself, Madam Chair, and that is, can the fee be waived if they come back, and that's at my discretion. Okay. And if that's the recommendation of this body, I certainly will do that in the future. Okay. But I just didn't want to forget my thought.
Thank you. Mr. Jacob.
As for the actual facility, if there's not a parcel split currently, and they were wanting to use other buildings, that used to be used for other animal agriculture. So that's a land use issue. But I know on other dog kennels, we've thoroughly inspected those buildings before they moved into them. But now if they already have a CUP on this parcel, it's not split, and they want to use additional buildings, and they already have a permit that goes up to 50, and they come in compliance with the state regulations, can they use different buildings? Do we have anything to say about that, or?
There was no restriction on, which building was used for which purpose. There could be like a whelping building and another building with a higher level of winter protection. So as long as the ADA accessibility factor and then anything that's a spec that they follow that is from the Board of Animal Health. But in terms of the socialization yards, if they have two different socialization yards, I mean, that's fine. As far as I can tell from reading the ordinance. So.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Meyer.
Okay, so looking at the agenda packet for the Planning Commission, I think that we would be best advised to look at what the definition of kennel is. I don't happen to have the zoning ordinance in front of me where the definitions are, but it's saying that a kennel is a permitted purpose, but there is a conditional use permit. So I don't know that if I had a dog, which I don't, and it had puppies, if that would rise to the level of kennel. I think that would probably be the significant definition that would enact the zoning ordinance and require a CUP.
So it may sound like a stupid question, but do we do the same for cats?
Yes, we would, because the Board of Animal Health also regulates cat
cats.
breeders. So if my favorite breed of cat, the Persian cat, and we were going to have, 20 to 40 Persian cats running around, we certainly, would take them.
There is a permitting, the
It would
state of
be
Minnesota and everything.
Dog
Yes.
kennel and animal breeding are together in the definitions. Assistant County Attorney Nuttall did verify that prior
Okay.
to the planning.
All right, Commissioner Jacob.
So I'm just gonna explain why I'm not gonna support the motion to deny. And that's because I do see some loose ends here that should be tied up, and I would support a motion to table. So if the motion to deny fails, I will make a motion to table, but I'm not going to support the motion to deny.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
So
Meyer.
in order to table, if we don't have the agreement of the petitioner and we don't meet the 60 days, then the conditional use permit or IEP is automatically granted. So I think that's an important question, is to ask the petitioner if he would agree to the 60 days.
Okay. And Commissioner Olson, you had something also?
Yes, I would agree, and thank you for doing your job. I need to clean up some of these loose ends and do a better job of presenting it, so thank you.
All right. Commissioner Olson?
I supported the motion denied because it will do the applicant no harm. His existing CUP grants him what he wants to do. And if the property is split, then I think it's a new conditional use permit is required. So I think this is almost what we have to do because the application doesn't meet any guidance.
Withdraw your?
No,
No?
I am in agreement with Commissioner Olson.
Okay, so you're
So I'm gonna let.
still, okay,
I'm gonna
so
let my
we have a
motion
motion,
stand.
we have a motion on the table to deny. And my reasoning is not to support a denial, is that I think we have the basis to move forward. I think there's needs, and as the applicant said, needs to clean up a few things, and I think they're willing to do that. And I think there may be some language that we need to look at what the state of Minnesota has or changed or how we're complying with that. So,
I think I have one question more for
Yes.
legal.
yes.
So the 60-day rule, we have the option as a board to table, and we have to know exactly what the timeline is to make a decision before the 60-day rule happens. If the applicant agrees to an extension, then you can have more than 60 days, can't you, if the applicant agrees?
Forever. There is no timeline then, right?
I'm not sure if there is
Yeah.
forever, but.
Yeah,
but
well, forever.
Given that.
You know the answer to that, or?
I believe that is the case. I mean, that.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry, if the applicant.
Agrees.
Mr. Erickson just agreed to essentially this being tabled to give him the opportunity to, as he says, clean up a few things. And then he would not be challenging that 60-day deadline.
That's been my
effect.
understanding of it in the
So,
past.
Yeah, so as long as the applicant is on board with it, which he's indicated he is, so.
Okay, technical question. Was the applicant in just Mr. Erickson's name, or is it a family, and is the family a joint partnership or limited liability? I mean, technically, You could ask for one partner's agreement, but if the others don't, so I don't know. It's a technicality. Mr. Erickson maybe can clarify that. And I see his lovely wife. I mean, we're a 50-50 marital law state.
So Madam Chair, the original conditional use permit was issued on parcel 16-000-1720 for the Erickson family Shady Maple. And I believe that was the same as the current.
Yeah.
So that would match up. So it was the same group of people, regardless of who's actually doing the operation. So that was the 2018, just to clarify that.
But a clarified point from Mr. Erickson then, is this just a family-owned operation? Are you incorporated or
Sorry
LLC?
for taking everybody's time here.
That's okay.
Yeah, we are, I'm chief manager. We control 80-some% of this.
Okay, so
I
you have the
can speak-
decision-making
I can
power.
speak for that.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so we have a motion to deny. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, so it carries 3-2. It is denied. But are we directing legal to check out if they technically do need a second IUP, CUP, being that the parcel has not split? Attorney Sonneman, is that some research you will do? Or Ms. Nettle?
Our office can do that.
Yeah, okay. And so this may have all been a moot point.
I think it is.
Right.
Okay, all right, that's okay. That's all right. We're setting precedents for future. Okay, thank you. Good discussion. 7.01, which was 6.2, approved conditional use permit.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. For the Roseanne Noonheim conditional use permit. And Commissioner Kavesi, you pulled that.
Yeah, I attended both the Board of Adjustment and the Planning Commission meeting in order to hear the discussion on this issue. I now have a question, and there was a question during the discussion even about a proposed second site. And now the owner is saying a different site. I'm not sure. Before I make any other statements, I'd like to know what actually is the building site. Is it one of the two original, the original one she proposed, and then the second site that was apparently proposed by our planning staff? Or is there now a third site that is being considered or is being?
Looks like Ms. Qualley can
Yeah.
answer that. Yeah, the applicants seem to reference a different.
So the original proposal by the applicant is for a site that was staked out that was within the 100 feet for the steep slope bluff setback.
100 or 300?
The 100-foot setback from the top of the bluff. And that was staked out mistakenly, which Lou Overhaug took a look at and said that's going to have to be adjusted. It was just roughly
Because
staked out.
this is Mississippi River Bluffs zoning, so it's 300 feet from the top of the bluff.
Sorry, but at any rate,
Yeah, okay,
the original preferred site, which the applicant said was originally proposed by a parent, was staked out within the forbidden zone, if you will. Staff did not suggest an alternate site as much as identify one spot that would not need either a variance or any action by the Planning Commission and County Board. So that there was only one site and it was significantly steeper, but it didn't violate any part of the zoning ordinance. So that was how the quote, second site was developed. This was not a proposal by the petitioner. But however, as Mr. Brady pointed out, the Board of Adjustment did award them a variance to the prime soil site, which means all parts of the site are now available for, because they have the variance. So whether it's the preferred site, back from the preferred site, closer to the road, whatever it might be, they have the ability to put that house anywhere now.
That's all sites within the 300-foot setback.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
So I don't know which site is being considered now. Is it the alternate site that the staff proposed, or is there a third site?
Can you show the map?
Yeah.
Lou, can you grab the screen and pull up the original map? And
So I'm assuming that we're talking about, this is the planning commission packet. This is page 47. Although there's maps, yeah, from 44 onward that are showing different things. This is the one with the class. The
Yeah,
soil
this is, in my view, highly unusual that, I mean, we were given a site to look at and approve. And now to say they can put it anywhere, that's odd to me. I mean, we looked at a site, we looked at what the view shed would be and where the top of the hill was, and the site that the planning commission looked at and approved and the applicant agreed to, came to the conclusion would not be visible at any time of year because it's so far back from the prominent edge of the bluff. And now, I don't know if that's what's being proposed anymore or not.
Madam Chair? Yeah, so at the Board of Adjustment meeting, staff had proposed a second site that would not require a variance. And the petitioners said that they felt, and that was what I believe Ms. Naunheim was talking about, they felt that that would be more visible because it was slightly pointing more north and therefore would be more visible from Highway 61. So I think that's the confusion that we're talking about.
Madam Chair, to clarify Commissioner Jacobs' point, we're not under the understanding that the petitioners have proposed any other site. I only mentioned the Board of Adjustment is because they did receive a variance to prime soil, so now any place is up for grabs should they want any alternate sites at all.
Commissioner Olson.
To respond to Commissioner Jacob, he just mentioned, we determined that the house would not be visible, although the staff view shed analysis said the house would be visible. So what did you use to determine that? Just
The number, so we looked at the number of feet back from the prominent edge of the bluff and the height of the house, and we concluded that it was far enough back that it would not be visible.
so the staff findings of fact that said it would be, you just changed those?
He said maybe or could be with the leaves off, partially visible with the leaves off.
Okay.
So the staff is saying,
using the view shed analysis to
with the existing vegetation, it would not be visible unless the leaves are off. It could possibly be partially visible. So it's not, they're not asking to put a house out on the very edge of the bluff where it's highly visible.
Still 300 feet.
No.
Plus that.
Madam Chair, it's not.
Oh, I thought,
It's within 300 feet.
It is,
Within
it's
300
100 feet back, but
Okay.
it's not 300 feet back.
okay.
So
Right.
Madam Chair, I did go out there. We went on Sunday and I actually did walk out to the bluff edge and I took pictures from below and I felt like, yes, in the winter, there's this kind of a thin row of birch trees. And I really do feel that when the leaves are off of those trees, that is going to be visible.
But isn't there a condition
Part,
to
a
plant
part of the
trees?
top of the house could be visible.
Yeah, and and I feel like that so the maximum height that we allow inside the area would be 35. And so I feel like, okay, if we were going to allow this house to be within, to go within the 300-foot setback, then there would need to be a compromise somewhere else. And the house couldn't be the 35 feet or the 31 feet tall, because that's tall for asking that it be allowed to be somewhere that the Bluffland ordinance doesn't allow. So
How tall is a good maple, Ms. Qualley? How tall is a good maple or a good pine tree?
Oh, 65 feet.
There we go. Okay, and they said they're planting trees. Okay, thank you.
One quick point though, on the plant material and screening, just as a clarifying item, since Commissioner Meyer brought it up. As you know, white pine and young maples can grow in shade to a certain point. But if you're willing to plant maples and pines in front of your house where you're planting out a view, but many plants that could be potential screen plants in winter do not grow in shade, that are of a smaller stature. and the time period that it takes a young white pine to grow is decades. So anyway, just a quick point on the plant material, because not everything loves shade.
Right. Commissioner Kavesi.
Yeah, Commissioner Meyer and I must have been of the same mind because I went out to the property yesterday and walked on it, came to the edge where those birch trees are, and realized that a 31-foot structure could easily be seen from the highway. That's my main issue is the view shed. When either a variance or findings of fact and an approval for a CUP is granted, you need to consider all the conditions, all the issues, you know, including the view shed, because that's part of our comprehensive plan. So this one had issues with the soil, which gave them variance. Then it had issues with the view shed, which I still feel are issues. Since they do have the variance, they can move the house closer to Government Point Road and have, you know, if they need to put a fire pit or some kind of entertainment area closer to the bluff to enjoy the view or to enjoy the stars, which Ms. Nonheim talked about at the evening meeting, that's fine. But the house itself at 31 feet would be seen from the road.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, so reading from the staff analysis that was in the packet for the Planning Commission, this conflicts with the goal of protecting the view shed in the corridor as it will be visible in winter.
Just for clarification, could I ask a question?
Is this Ms. Naunheim?
Yes?
Yeah, we normally don't ask or
Oh, sorry.
allow.
Okay.
Is there a point of clarification on your plan?
Well, there is.
Okay, go ahead. We'll allow it. Go ahead.
I don't mind either site, but I don't think you understand that if we move it to the site that's further west, it's at the top of a 30% grade. And even though it's 300 feet back from the edge of what's considered the bluff, it makes it much more visible, from Winona than the other site. So, I mean, my view would be much better with the view on top of the 30% grade, but your view from Winona would be worse. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay,
I don't think until you get into the woods where we used to hunt all the time, you realize it goes down at 30%. And that's going right through trees that are going to have no leaves in the winter as well. And that house will be totally visible, even if it's 300 feet back from Winona. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner Meyer.
Ms. Nunheim, we are not saying that you have to build at the other site that was mentioned to you by staff. Because you were granted the variance, you pretty much can build anywhere you want. So we're saying that we want you to build outside of the bluffland overlay.
Madam Chair, just a quick point of clarification. The staff was not at any point recommending a second site. We were just identifying the fact that the prime soils would not require a variance in a particular location that was slightly to the west of where they are. We didn't do the view shed analysis on that. That was just for the Board of Adjustment prime soils purposes. Thank you.
So before you leave the podium, so they were, and I read all the packets, they were granted the variance. So as you've said, they can build virtually wherever they want following that 300-foot setback, correct?
Based on the prime soil criteria alone, yes.
Isn't that what is that all the variance was for prime soils?
Yep.
No setbacks or any variance. So they have to comply with that 300-foot. So anywhere off that 300-foot, they can build on any of the land. Okay, but slope comes into play.
Right.
Right.
I haven't walked the entire site to find out optimal building site locations.
And we tax property and we tax homes. And I remember Mr. Hacken advising me that he taxes for view shed. So they will pay a higher tax if they have a better view shed. I'm not sure how he does, how he did that, but
Madam
that was
Chair,
a
yeah, I
fact.
want to clarify one of my statements. Her variance allows her to build anywhere, but it's still within meeting all of the regulations. So that's the 300-foot
It's just
setback
the soils.
and
got the
the
variance
view
for.
shed. She has to meet the requirements or the conditions of the comprehensive
And
plan.
slope.
And slope.
Yeah.
So
Right.
those would be the issues.
It was the
on
soils
What's
that-
called anywhere.
Yeah.
So she can't build where there's a view shed complication.
I don't agree with that statement.
Um,
She's outside of the 300-foot buffer. She can do what she wants.
But
Yeah.
that's the comprehensive plan. That's our second actual goal. The
I
first
don't
one
think
is,
it's a I don't think it's a deniable.
That's why we have
fact.
300
don't we
feet.
have a
It's a
statement that
recommendation.
says the
That's a
the
recommendation.
petitioner meets the conditions of the comprehensive plan?
View shed is somewhat arbitrary because
It's in
my
our
neighbor,
comprehensive
my
plan.
neighbor's view shed of my property is different than my view shed of their property. So they could tell me, no, I don't want you to build there because it's in my view shed. Commissioner Jacob.
And I'm sorry, I just have to bring up a frustration because of what I feel is a major double standard. I support every solar application that comes along and they want to put them on these bluffs and all at once, none of these view sheds matter a bit and we'll put them wherever we want. But someone wants to build a house that's almost entirely out of sight. And then the standards change. So I'm just, I support the solar applications. I support this application. I support the dog application. I try to do everything I can to mitigate the problems and drive the economy. So it's frustration to me.
Yes. I personally, when the whole comp plan and the view shed thing was, I did not support it. I still do not support it. I think, if you've ever been to Europe and even the West Coast, I mean, yes, everybody has different building standards, but they consider the Amalfi Coast on Italy an architectural wonder of the world, how they built those houses right into the bluffs along the sea coast. And here, oh my gosh, if you can see a house from the bottom of, if you're shopping at Quick Trip on 61, you might see a house. You might. Commissioner, I'm sorry, sir, we don't normally take comments from the audience unless you have something very specific that would make clarity. Okay, come give us your very specific to add clarity to the discussion.
We staked out the house according to the 100-foot setback, because that is the 100 foot is the setback that's required from the bluff. But when we did it, we're a little closer because we didn't know actually what they constituted the bluff line. So in that, in the second meeting, then we were told it needs to be moved back about 30 feet, which was fine. They were okay with that. The 300 is the 300-foot Mississippi River block has to do with the grade. So if we move other places other than that spot, we're contending with the steep grades. That's where the 300-foot buffer is. So technically, the 100-foot is correct.
No,
No,
my understanding, and
I have one other point I just want to make about the house. So if the house is allowed to be put where it is, we're not disturbing soils actually where the house would be as far as class 1 and 2. If we move it to this alternate site that I didn't know anything about, now you're disturbing more class 1 and 2 soil.
Sure.
Because you're bringing the road in and the house.
But they have a variance for
So
that.
that,
Okay. All right, thank you.
So
Commissioner
I
Mike.
think that Commissioner
Greg
Olson
has
was,
been-
yeah, he's had his hand up for a while.
You know, I understand all the comments. And I look, the five of us sitting here at this table, we're gonna probably have, 25, 30 more summers left on this earth. And I think we have to look, this is a Great River Road. It's, considered a historic bluff view corridor. I think we have to look, our responsibility, what the citizens demanded, is that we preserve what we have, because it is absolutely stunning. Everybody comes here to look for that and to willy-nilly allow this because the trees might have leaves or might not have leaves, or they might plant trees. I think we have a responsibility to honor what the citizens demanded. And, you know, for the next 300 years, we should preserve that bluff and that view.
I got Commissioner
Yeah,
Meyer.
so I was wondering if someone from planning, maybe I see that Lou is online, or Eric, I don't know, could bring Beacon up for us and let us look at the gradient map for the parcel. Usually that's a part of the packet, but I didn't, there's not a map in there with it. And that might take a couple minutes, but,
You want,
oh,
You want
so I'm sorry that I,
slope or you just want
Yep,
the
no,
topography?
I got your first name is Kevin. What's your last name, sir? Okay, so, yeah, he's the builder and he's talking about what the slope is on the rest of the parcel. It didn't look that steep to me as I walked it. So I was wondering if we could take a look at Beacon and then turn on that you can get contour lines that will show you the elevation.
Commissioner Jacob.
So
Excuse me.
being an owner of bluff top property, I've looked at plenty of different view shed sites. And just because you determine where the top of the bluff is by where it meets a certain percent grade, just because you set that house back farther does not necessarily make it less visible. And in many cases, it'll make it more visible because it's, it's kind of like, I call it a hog's back. You're gonna get that house up higher, but it's gonna meet the 300-foot setback. So what the applicant is saying is where they've applied is one of the least visible places on the property. We deny that. They're saying we're going to put it over here because it meets the 300-foot setback, and now everyone's going to see it more. And I totally get it, and I believe them. And I think where Greg's sentiments are genuine and sincere, I don't think he realizes that he's going to put the house in more of a view for the public.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Cadesi.
No, I totally agree with Commissioner Olson's remarks. In fact, during any of the door knocking and discussion with people in my district, this is one of the things people actually comment on and they prefer. Our county does not, we have a mostly clear view shed. There are some grandfathered in. If you go south, if you go north, along the Great River Road, you will see construction and you will see houses. I would like to preserve that, and I believe that my constituents want to preserve that. And I also believe that's why statement number 2, goal number 2 in our comprehensive plan says protection of major natural resource areas in the county, including bluffs, woodlands, wetlands, streams, and rivers, to maintain the area's high quality of life and to serve as a basis for recreation and tourism in the county. I think that is exactly why that statement is in there. And that's the statement that applies to the site that needs to be chosen or can be chosen. She can build within 300 feet. She can build anywhere on the property, but she has to meet slope and view shed.
And I would have to remind you that most of the bluff land in Winona County is state parks. And so when you're talking about preserving and everything, parks and everything are fine. But when you take away a property owner's ability to use their property, that's where I draw different lines in the sand. You're telling a property owner that's paying the taxes and everything, no, you can't do this and you can't do that. You have to preserve it for the better of the whole. Then maybe we should buy it and make it a park. Or the state should buy it, or the federal government should buy it. Maybe that's infrastructure. Maybe we can get some money and buy it. I'm sure maybe the lady would sell it for a price.
Madam Chair, I think that's exactly where we differ. Under your discussion, we would not have any zoning rules at all. It's my property. I can do what I want with it. To me, the zoning rules and regulations and ordinances, they actually protect the common good. They protect our tourism, our recreation, our view shed, so I think that's why we have, and the question is, do we have reasonable regulations? I believe we do. And so we should be reinforcing those.
Thank you, Ms. Pauley. Okay,
I think
so
we've got what you're looking for.
are those the 10-foot lines?
Commissioner Jacob had a question or
Well,
comment.
as long as we're all talking about philosophy and greater good. It's a perspective, and where I live, there's no houses in the valley, but there's houses on the hills. And quite frankly, I'm offended by people who put houses in valleys. But you all develop the city of Winona and say we can't have houses on the hill. Well, it's a matter of perspective and where you live.
Right,
So
but it's also a
I'm not in
matter of,
agreement with your perspective.
it's a matter of majority or common sense, and that's how it ended up in our
Yeah.
comprehensive plan.
So are those 10-foot,
3-2, yeah, it was 3-2 vote.
Wow.
are those 10-foot lines? 10-foot in rise?
I think they are.
Yeah.
And where's Government Road?
Carly, are you on?
So the pointy part.
Those are 2-foot contours. Yellow lines represent 10-foot contours.
Yeah, there we go. So the building site is in the upper right-hand corner, that peaky point. Yes, that's right. So, and right on the point, that is just outside the 100-foot setback from the bluff. So it's 200 feet from what the ordinance allows. You know, I might have been willing to, or might be willing to say, okay, maybe they'll put it 200 back, but not if it's going to be a 2-story house that's 31 feet tall. So I sort of feel like I'd be willing to do some compromising, but the tall house and.
How about if they put solar panels in front of it? Would that be okay?
No.
As Commissioner Jacobs said,
No,
we've
Madam
approved
Chair,
solar panels.
when
And
I was
Commissioner Olson said we need to protect the river bluff.
Madam Chair?
And what did you do? You put a bunch of solar panels on Apple Blossom Drive,
Madam
which
Chair?
is a scenic byway.
Madam
So I
Chair?
mean, there's a lot of hypocrisy going on here.
Madam Chair?
I will recognize you now, Commissioner Meyer.
Thank you. So when I was on the planning commission, there was in fact a solar array that went inside the MRB. And it did comply with all the regulations, including that we required that the racking be of a certain material so that it would be less visible. So it isn't true to say that we simply ignore that.
So let's just say that we want the house to be a certain color so it's less visible. And we've done the
That's-
same thing. And
No,
That
that's in a
is
lot
in
of.
some of ours.
It is, it
You
is.
can't build a pink house on the bluffs. There is something that says green
I think in the
gray
shoreline district.
or
Yes,
something. Yeah,
okay.
there is some restrictions.
So how far back would 200 feet put the house? Can somebody just sort of show me that?
the scale down there in the corner, 200 feet. Is that
Yeah,
200 foot
yeah.
scale?
So-
About that yellow line. So
Commissioner Jacob.
I have a bit of I struggle with the county board saying, we're willing to do this, or we're willing to do that without the applicant at the table, because it's their application and they come to us and say, I want to put the house here. It's up to us to either approve it or deny it. And then they could come back and say, okay, I'll try it somewhere else. But for us to say, we'd like it here, it's not our property.
You're right.
I don't feel good about that.
Oh, no, and I don't know, Madam Chair, we're not recommending a specific site. We're not telling them that they have to build it over on the
Well, we're saying
left-hand side.
we'll compromise and we'll let you put it.
We're
this-
just saying she has to meet the regulations.
Yeah, and there are ways in which I might say a CUP would be okay, but not if it's almost the maximum height and not in compliance with the Riverland setbacks.
Just so Mr. Olson understands, on the top, you see how close those yellow lines are together. And I know you get all that. The bluff is very steep there, but you go a little bit to the left of where the arrow is. So now if they put the house over a little bit farther to the left and they meet the 300-foot setback, the slope is so gradual that the house is much more visible. With a high point like that, the house is going to be much less visible than if we don't approve it where they're asking. They'll probably put it back in this area, and those slopes are so gradual, you're going to see that. You're going to see that coming down the valley.
Commissioner Olson.
I would imagine, again, we don't dictate where they build it, just where they can't. But if they would, if that would be their application, they would stake it out there and it doesn't meet the criteria, then they couldn't do it. And, you know, we can argue your sentiments about your rights. This has been determined. So we have to enforce what we have. So I just think the permit as applied, as the planning commission has put forth, findings of fact from staff, and as you change the findings of fact at the planning commission, to some other findings based on opinion, that I would have to deny this application as presented.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Meyer.
I would move that we modify the findings of fact to revert back to what the original staff findings were at the Planning Commission, as presented to the Planning Commission. And so that is, number 4 was not related to the overall needs of the county.
I'm sorry, so I'm going off the board packet. You're reading off the, okay, so hold on now, I gotta
Yes,
find
and so
that
maybe-
document.
Yeah. So the idea was that number 4 is not reasonably related to the overall needs of the county and existing land use. Single-family residential dwellings are permitted uses in this zoning district if they meet the minimum lot size and other setbacks and standards, and this proposed dwelling does. However, the location on the parcel where it is in view from the Mississippi River Valley conflicts with the goal of protecting the view shed in the corridor because it will be visible in winter. And number 5, the use is not consistent with the purpose of the zoning ordinance and the purpose of the zoning district in which the applicant intends to locate the proposed use. Although it is agricultural resource conservation, and that supports both ag and single-family dwellings that meet the density standards, the purpose of the MRB overlay district is to protect and enhance the intrinsic value and scenic qualities of the bluffs along the Mississippi River. The 31-foot high dwelling will be located just outside a 100-foot setback from the top of the bluff, and screening from existing trees will only partially obscure the residents from below. The overall height and location of the building site would stand out on the bluff when viewed from below, which goes against the goal of protecting scenic views. 6, the use is not in conformance with the comprehensive plan of the county. The proposed dwelling is partially in conformance with the goal of promoting agriculture as a viable land use activity, in that it is an area which is not intensely farmed and would not negatively impact neighboring agriculture uses. The site does not promote agriculture, but is located so as to minimize the impact on farming areas by preserving better soils. However, the building height and location on the parcel that are such that the dwelling will be seen from below during 6 months of the year, which is not in conformance with the goal of protecting major natural resource areas of the county, including the bluffs and woodlands, wetlands, streams, and rivers, to maintain the area's high quality of life and to serve as a basis for recreation and tourism in the county. So my motion is that we would revert back to that language from the original Planning Commission package.
Second.
Second. Okay, I have a discussion. We have a motion and second questions. I have to question this view shed. Do you have pictures of the view? How do we do that analysis? Do we have actual pictures of year-round with trees, without trees, with snow, without snow? Or is it just it's a tool, but is it an actual replica of the property, or is it just an assumed site location?
So Madam Chair, for every parcel that could be possibly considered as a building site, no, other than Google Street View, we do not make random snapshots of what could possibly be an impacted view shed, no. However, as trained planners, and the planner in question has been here for more than 12 years, Lou Overhaug, he has done view shed analyses of several other kinds of both building projects for homes as well as solar array facilities. And it is a member in good standing of the Minnesota Planning Association, as am I. A view shed analysis is a relatively typical tool. So what we do is we drive the roads, we drive Highway 61, we take photographs, we do an assessment, we do a write-up, and then we do a staff report. And the goal of the staff report is just to be as realistic and as possible and compare it with the zoning ordinance and the comprehensive plan to try to provide the best technical document for decision makers.
So we have that technical document available.
Well, the technical document is Lou Overhaug, our planner. He's doing the assessment, he's driving by, he's looking to see what he can see. He identified the birch trees,
Okay,
which
that's
two of the commissioners.
okay. That's fine. That's
Sorry.
one person. So is there a technical document that uses the dimensional characteristics, the photos, and all these things?
It was part of the staff report that the view shed analysis took place, and
Right, but it took, I totally understand, it took place, but I guess what I'm asking personally is if I could see the information that was gathered and how that was interpreted, because what you're telling me is it's kind of like one person's interpretation.
So the
It's an interpretation of stuff.
every staff report that we write is an interpretation, comparing the petitioner's request with the existing zoning ordinance, any state or statutes, as well as the comprehensive plan. So we write the staff reports, they're reviewed by our zoning administrator, they're reviewed by me, and then they're reviewed by the assistant county attorney.
So I guess last thing is that's, could you forward to me Mr. Overhog's documented analysis for my own information?
It's contained within the staff report.
I guess I don't remember seeing dimensionals and.
We don't do dimensions. We make an assessment based on the type of plant material cover, whether it's likely to be seen in winter, or what season, and based on the.
So there's a lot of assumptions. It's not, it's not an exact science. There is assumptions made using that tool.
It's a view shed analysis by an experienced member of staff. I guess I'm not understanding exactly what the question might be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kavesi.
That was going to be my point. Mr. Overhog is experienced. He's done this many times. He's in good standing with his professional association. His analysis is included in the packet for the Planning Commission, and that was discussed at some point through the Planning Commission about the view shed.
Well, I'll have to go back and look because I don't remember seeing exact measurements and things like that. Commissioner Jacob.
Well, so along the lines of Commissioner Ward's concerns here, the comp plan is up for interpretation. Everyone has their own view and everyone has their own interpretation. The ordinance is a little bit more rigid and has some teeth to it. Actually still a lot of interpretation. We have a planning commission that reviewed this, came up with their recommendations, who are, appointed by elected officials. So there's some politics and interpretation and all that. So, I mean, it really comes down to what the makeup of this board is, who they want to look at. Do they want to choose Lou Overhog's political views, or do they want to choose the Planning Commission's political views? That's what it's going to come down to. Is there's a lot of pieces that are playing into this.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Meyer.
I think we are not talking about our staff's political views. Yes, I agree that you and I have political views. And yes, based on the conversation that happens at the Planning Commission and that used to happen when I was on the Planning Commission, the folks who are appointed there are not professionals. Many of them have lots of experience in township government or experience on the Planning Commission or the Board of Adjustment. But they aren't trained planners. And so I think it's an unfair accusation or statement to make. And it really kind of begs this question. More than once, I have been offended by your behavior at the Planning Commission, because as soon as staff begins to make their presentation, you challenge them and you say that you're wrong. This shouldn't even be something that we're talking about, when in fact they are our paid staff, they are professionals, and they are doing their best job. And so your attacks on staff, including this one, I find offensive.
Okay. Commissioner Jacob.
Yeah, so I'll speak to that. All these, the work that the Planning Commission did, they changed these words from it is not reasonably related to the overall needs of the county to it is.
You changed those words.
It was up by a vote of the Planning Commission. And they
Your
have
motion.
so you're involved in a political process, Commissioner Meyer.
Right.
And unfortunately, you and I don't see things eye to eye.
That's absolutely right.
You're not gonna bully me into submission. I've been elected. I'm gonna take up my space on the Planning Commission. I'm gonna represent the people that have elected me, and I'm gonna do that to the best of my ability. And that's what I did there. And I'm sorry that staff have to interact with all this, but they do. It doesn't change. It doesn't change my views or opinions or right to. I I haven't been verbally abusive. I haven't attacked anyone. Just because my interpretations are different than one of staff's, it is as it is. And that's playing out here.
And it
I have
just,
nothing to be ashamed of.
right.
Not
And
saying you do.
a point of the planning commission, it is supposed to be a reflection of a broad-based population of Winona County, which I think it is. We've got rural, we got some city, we got some urban and such. And so again, as was stated, these were voted on by our planning commission. So that there's a broad spectrum of philosophies amongst those people. So for them to come together and present a favorable report, I think has some, you're reflecting somewhat on their capabilities as appointed members of a planning commission.
Well, and I,
So I
Board
do
decision
support-
was not unanimous.
Yeah.
No, but it was, again, majority rules. And so we're living with a comprehensive land use plan. We're living with a zoning ordinance that was not fully supported by any board. It was always a majority of the board that passed it. So there is a certain amount of conflict inherent. So we have a motion. Commissioner Kavesi.
Yeah, I just want to say, it looks like to me, it looks like what we're comparing is the interpretation, comparing the regulations and the ordinances with the proposal, with the site, and the analysis of that made by trained staff, experienced staff, whatever, with the interpretation of the appointed planning commission members who have experience in this and have dealt with these discussions before. But when I visited the site, it became very obvious to me from the road below and the height of the house and the setback and all of that, that the house would be seen and that the view shed was an issue. So I don't know how many planning commission members actually visited the site or, and I did follow their discussion on the view shed, but I disagree with their conclusion. And they make a recommendation to the board, so I think we're all in line here with what we've been proposing.
Let's vote. We have a motion to deny the condition 6.2.
No. The motion is to change the finding of fact, to revert back to what staff had proposed in the beginning.
Okay, so isn't that a motion to deny it?
No, it's changing findings of fact 4, 5, and 6 on page 43 and 44 of the planning commission packet.
But we don't, that's
No, Madam Chair,
not
unlike,
in our board packet for people
no,
to
that's why I
reference.
read it.
You read it, but again,
Yes,
by
yes.
procedure, are we deviating from what we're presenting to the public by not having that here then? I'll have to ask Attorney Sonneman. We're referencing another document that isn't included in our board packet.
And I have that, excuse me, Commissioner Ward. I do have that document from the Planning Commission on my computer that Commissioner Myers
Yes.
referencing.
Page 41.
Yeah, page 41, 42, 43. And the document to the county board, which is on page 41, well,
I think that has that
earlier, but yeah.
language.
On page, the findings of fact on the board packet are page 43.
I'm just looking to see what, I mean, it's referencing the planning commission. I mean, in some ways, I think best practice would be to have the whole planning commission report there, but the board has access to the planning commission report on this. It's more your comfort level, I guess.
Well, I know we're always very careful to have the public know what we're discussing and using as facts and everything. If you're comfortable with having it, it's been there somewhere, people can go out and reach
actually,
and
with
find it.
with the new website that you referenced before, Commissioner Ward, it is easy to find. It's under the July 15th,
Right.
2021.
But if we're
Planning
following
Commission.
technicalities, it's not,
It's not.
just so people know, it is not
it's
in our
not-
current board
That's
packet.
correct.
So
right.
we're trying to vote on something that is not being presented in our board packet,
But
which
it's
is
been-
fine if you're okay with that.
Well,
It's a
I know.
deviation.
Well, if they deny it, why don't we just build it closer to the owl holes in that second site? They said they've granted us a variance. They can't deny that if we're 300 feet back, That'll probably be a better view anyway.
Yeah, it will.
Okay, so I guess
Be more visible too.
the motion, can you restate your
They're
motion,
never gonna
Commissioner Meyer?
change. That woman is
You're
never gonna-
voting to,
I'm,
So we
I
got,
am,
you're
Madam
moving?
Chair, would you ask
but
that
we don't have enough, I don't think.
petitioner to?
Okay,
I mean,
Ms. Noonan, we need to, we need to do our business. Thank you. I appreciate your, and I can appreciate your angst with our discussion. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair,
Yes, what is your motion?
my motion is to revert the findings of fact back to what was originally presented by staff to the Planning Commission on July 15th. And I won't read it again, but conditions 4, 5, and 6.
Okay, for clarity then, by going back to those conditions, is that from legal, is that a denial of the conditional use permit? Or it allows them to resubmit a separate
Planning
location?
Commission's recommendation will still remain the same, regardless.
We would have to have a second vote on whether we approve or deny. You can approve a petition even if it doesn't meet all of the findings.
Right, but I guess I'm still confused. By your motion and using the finding of fact, you're just changing the document that we're voting on. And then there will be a separate motion to approve or deny?
Yes.
Is that your intent?
Yes.
Does that make sense from a legal standpoint?
I'm looking again, Commissioner Ward, Chair Ward, at the document, the Planning Commission's document. Just want to make sure it's the right one here. Yeah, okay. So for my clarity, Commissioner Meyer, you're referring to the findings of fact 4, 5, and 6?
Yes.
Then?
Yes.
Okay.
That originally had is not.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And the justification for the is not.
Yes, so, and it's used, is not is used in paragraph 4, paragraph 5, and paragraph 6.
That is correct.
That, okay.
Yeah.
And then the paragraphs in the Planning Commission, or in the county board's packet, 4, 5, and 6 uses the word is. 4, 5, and 6 is consistent, is consistent. So you're asking in your motion then to revert back to the is not.
Yes. And the supporting language for the is not.
I'm sorry, but that's not what's in front of us. The is language is in front of us.
She's asking to change that.
Yeah, the Planning Commission
But I think we
changed
have to
it.
vote, I presume that we're voting on what's in front of us, not what happened at another meeting.
County board can do whatever they want. They both agree to do the changes and it's changed.
Yeah.
This is a recommendation, and Commissioner Jacob is correct. The Planning Commission is a body that makes recommendations.
Okay,
not-
all right, so the motion is to revert, the motion is to revert back to the planning language, the planning document, planning staff document. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Don't we usually have discussion?
Oh,
but-
you want
okay,
more?
so, well, I'm just gonna say, of course, I'll vote against it for multiple reasons. And I have just as much right at this point as I have at the planning commission level.
The appointed board.
And before this goes entirely to the next issue, I stated that night that staff should interpret things however, at the planning commission meeting, however they see fit. And I know Lou Overhog is nothing but professional. I give him 100% credit for that. However, I have personal experience with him exactly in a court case with me exactly, where I challenged what he came up with as the correct opinion, and the judge agreed with me, not with him, and I won my court case. So staff ain't always right. There's litigation to prove it. So, and I'm not gonna be bullied into, what I understand is that you don't want me challenging staff at the planning commission level, or I think you just want me to sit there and say, yes, yes, yes to whatever comes before me. But so I feel like that's bullying and I don't think it's appropriate. So anyhow, I'm not gonna vote to change this back from what the planning commission did. I think the planning commission put a lot of work into it and it's not fair to them.
Okay, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Okay, passes 3-2. All right.
So I
Now,
will,
regards to the conditional use permit for Roseanne Nunheim. Commissioner Jacob, did you?
yeah, I'll move to approve the petition with changes that have been made to the conditions.
And I'll second
findings
it.
of fact.
I will second that. Any discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to vote. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Fails. Now, what is the course of action for the applicant? Attorney Sonneman? Being that they were granted a variance, they have that.
Okay.
Okay. So what,
guess
how
I
does
would
that
look
play into
the-
their future
They don't
actions?
need our approval for what they want to do. They'll put it in where they want to put it,
Because they own, it
Yeah.
complies with the 40 acres and all that stuff.
and it'll be
Okay.
more visible.
Okay, all right, then that question's answered. I need to take a recess. 5-minute recess, please.
Good idea.
Winona County Board meeting, and we're into 7.02, which is 6.5, approve application for proposed Lake Winona improvement grant.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
this is Stephanie Nuttall with the County Attorney's Office. A failed motion to approve is not the same thing as a denial. There still does need to be action taken on the Nonheim CUP. So it either needs to be approved, denied, tabled, or the 60-day extended. Otherwise, we'd run into the 60-day approval issue.
We did.
All we did was change the finding of fact.
No.
no, we denied it.
Steve?
Yep.
Made a
Right, but
motion
she's
to
saying
approve
that
it.
doesn't.
There,
Was
Oh.
A
failed.
motion
Right.
to approve failed, which is not the same as a motion to deny. Am I right?
correct.
Oh.
That defies logic, but that's the rule. So what are you looking for?
That's up to this body. It's either a motion to deny or a motion to table, I think would be alternative options at this point.
I'll make a motion to table.
Second. Now, a question then for, if we table, that's an indefinite, and does the applicant need to, no, I guess we don't, it's just done. Okay, no, I'll withdraw my question. Okay, we have a motion and a second to table the conditional use permit for Roseanne Nunheim. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, so it fails. Motion fails.
I'll make a motion to deny the application as submitted.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion made by Commissioner Olson, second by Commissioner Meyer to deny the application as submitted. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Nay. Okay. Is that what you needed?
It is.
All right. All right, then now into 6.5, the approval of the application for the proposal of Lake Winona Improvement Grant, page 78. Commissioner Jacob.
Yeah, so I just had a couple of questions. I don't know, is Sheila Harms, I saw her earlier. Is
Oh.
she?
John Howard is also present. He
Okay.
is the
City
Yep.
planner or
Yeah,
sustainability coordinator and manages stormwater stuff.
yeah. Sheila's our county water
Yes.
planner.
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah, exactly.
whoever's got the map, could they take the map down
Oh.
and see if there's anybody else that needs to address us? Thank you.
So
Okay.
I just wanted, is it 420,000? Is that the total or is it 840,000 total? What's the amount? What's the total project price?
Members of the board, the total project price It's about 485,000. The 420 is what we're asking for grant funding.
Okay, and it says that it would be equally matched by the city?
No, it's a 25% project. So the city's share would be that remaining cash balance plus in-kind services, and as well as like use of property and the property value of those basins.
Okay, so other than county staff time, is a county adding finances to this, or is this the grant and the city's match? And just county staff time? Is there county finances coming to this?
No, this is entirely going to be financed through city needs. So
Okay.
we're hopefully going to pursue some MPCA loan, stormwater loan aspects, but it would be therefore paid for over time by the city.
Okay.
No county financial resources, only resources is staff time to apply for the grant.
And through which entity is the grant applied for then? It's not, Commissioner Kvesi, you'd probably know, is this through the 1-1 yet? It's not through the 1-1 yet, is it?
No.
Yeah, because the 1-1 is not complete, the city itself is not able to apply for this funding. The county does, because the county water plan is the applicable planning document for this area.
Yeah, so where's the pot of money? Who's the application made to then, or?
It's made to the Clean Water Fund, and that's through through Bowser, the state.
Okay. And did I read in there that they did talk about the use of alum? Is that part of the plan?
That is not part of our grant application. That is part of the overall plan to improve the lake water quality and control phosphorus. So these steps are, the CART control specifically is what will facilitate the use of alum, but this proposal, this grant funding is not going to alum. This is just setting the stage so that we could use alum at a later date.
Will you use the Winona County SWCD as a resource as you carry this out? Because this project was discussed at one of the SWCD meetings, and they elaborated on what a bad choice it would be to use alum in the lake and essentially putting a new poison in to get rid of an overload of fertilizer that we don't want, and then the cleanup on that later would probably be worse. So I'm wondering whether you're getting input, getting advice from Winona County SWCD on the project. It is within Winona County.
Yeah, we'd be happy to work with the Soil and Water Conservation District, and I'm aware of some of the concerns with alum, and would be happy to talk to them more.
Okay. I think that's the majority of my questions.
Any other questions? Okay, I've got a couple. $420,000 for two little lakes. How much that $420,000 is going to be spent on the ground practices versus drawing up plans and thinking about it?
The vast majority is going to be for the practices for the excavation. I got this number from our engineer's estimate, and I'm not, as a total cost of the overall project, including planning, so I'm not exactly sure what fraction would be towards design. But these are going to be relatively simple. They're low points. There's going to be some modeling as to the control of nutrients, but the vast majority is going to be going into the excavation, installing the culverts, and doing the actual construction work. There will be staff time towards like the CART study, or rather not necessarily staff time, but money towards professionals doing that. So I guess that's practices, but it's not. Most of this is going to be actually put towards something that's going to improve lake quality.
And I think you or somebody else was here earlier with some engineering reports and everything. So I'm unclear. Culverts, what are you just trying to move the water through faster? Or what's the idea of you mentioned culverts. What's the idea of culverts?
So these basins, infiltration basins, we're going to be adding pipe from our storm sewer to pipe that water to these basins. That's what I mean by the culvert. So it's storm sewer pipe.
Okay. It's some kind of storage area where you're trying to concentrate the pollutants, as I kind of remember. Kind of a catch basin.
Well, it's more like a large rain garden. So the idea is to direct that stormwater to these infiltration basins so that the materials that are in the stormwater settle out in these basins and get absorbed by plant matter, as well as like we do an iron sand filter to absorb that phosphorus.
Okay. So stormwater in a city runs from the lawn into the street into the stormwater.
Yep.
Okay, and you're allowed to discharge that stormwater into a public body?
That's how it is structured currently. Yes.
Okay. All right. A rural landowner wouldn't be allowed to do that. I do appreciate, just for staffs, and if it was Mr. Fritz or whoever, I do like the grant checklist policy. I think it really highlights what's going on here. I appreciate that considerably. Now, county staff helped, and it's all, this is all on Winona County head, paper. So county staff did a lot of work for this. Is there any way for county staff time to be covered in the grant? I imagine your time's covered in the grant. Is county staff time covered in the grant? I didn't see a budget breakdown or anything. Is there any compensation to county staff helping with writing this grant? And
Commissioner Ward, this is Sheila Harms. Can you hear me?
yes.
Okay, no, John worked entirely on this application. There was none of my time that went to it. However, to submit the application to Bowser, it has to go through an entity that has an approved water plan, which is the county. As far as moving forward with the grant, assuming that it is awarded and that John is able to move forward with this project, I do not plan to use any of my staff time because it's very, very minimal. All my requirement is to follow up and do the reports in eLink. And I had coordinated with Adam Bielke, our board conservationist, and I asked, if this is awarded, how does this work? He says, one thing that I can do is I could add John in the eLink reporting system to provide kind of the brunt of the reporting through eLink, but officially I'm still the one that clicks submit. And if there's any of my staff time that is involved, I just plan to use some of the local water management funds that we get from the state to cover my time to do that. So none of my staff time goes towards this grant.
All right, thank you. Phosphorus, what's the main contributor of phosphorus?
Yep.
Yard fertilizer? Lawn fertilizer?
Predominantly, my understanding is it's organic matter, not necessarily phosphorus fertilizer. There might be a small amount, but phosphorus has been banned in kind of general application of fertilizer since 2007, I believe. So there is some through, like, if you're fertilizing your flowers, but your general lawn is not going to have much, should not have any phosphorus unless there's a deficiency. But what we know is it's from stormwater runoff. That's the largest cause.
Just one last comment is that, and Commissioner Kavesi is going to give us a report on WinLAC. Part of this whole going to the one watershed, one plan was supposed to reduce the redundancy in applying for grants. Okay, so this seems to be a grant that's still, it's Clean Water Legacy, but that's a lot of the money that's coming in for the 1-1 plans throughout the state of Minnesota. And so here we have a complicated plan, a report and everything. And it was the whole idea about 1-1 is that it was supposed to be one source, one pot of money, and it kind of gets divvied up. But that really, hasn't gone away. There still are competitive grants in different pockets for water and everything. So just something that was kind of the premise of 1-1, but it's not totally working. All right, Commissioner Olson.
Motion to approve?
I'll second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Olson to approve the application for the proposal for Lake Winona Improvement Grant, made by Commissioner Olson, second by Commissioner Meyer. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay? Okay, approved. All right. We'll expect a report back as to the success of your application and the success of improving the lake.
Well, certainly.
All right. I can make an observation driving by. It looks pretty green some days. Just personal observation. All right, moving on. Let's see, general business. MnDOT, received presentation 2022-2031, 10-year work plan for MnDOT. Good morning. Careful what you build in Winona County.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. Thank you for having me. We'll do introductions in a second. Is it Heidi? Do you have the presentation that we can put on the screen?
It should be Heidi, yes.
Excellent. Okay. Let me get my notes out here too. Okay. So thank you again to the board and the staff for having MnDOT today. So my name is Kurt Wayne. I'm the principal planner with MnDOT District 6, which is the Rochester District, serves Southeast Minnesota, our regional office. I'm joined with two others from MnDOT today. I'm also joined by with Heather Lukes here, as the planning director with MnDOT District 6, and then Chad Hansen is a project manager with MnDOT District 6, as well as a project manager for a couple projects that are upcoming within Winona County too. So I think, let's go ahead and go to the next slide, I think. Yeah. All right. So I just wanted to kind of give you guys an overview. This is becoming an annual tradition or a thing, if you will. MnDOT, we like to come out to the counties and share information about what is new with our planning efforts, what's new with our programming. Things will change pretty frequently, at least annually change with our program and our planned projects. And we want to share that information with you and also give the board and others a chance to ask some questions if they have questions too about our plans, our programs. So as you can see today, the presentation I want to give to you is about some of our planning updates. We have a few more plans kind of in the works this year. We want to talk about what's changed with our funding that we're looking at for Southeast Minnesota for the trunk highway system in particular. Give you an update about how this funding has then changed where and how we want to do some of our projects in the 4 and 10-year plans that we have. And then also talk a little bit about some local and regional projects, including one in particular that's coming up in Winona very soon. So next slide, please. Okay. As I mentioned before, I think I wanted to start with talking just a brief overview about a few of the plans that we're working on, both as a district in Southeast Minnesota for MnDOT, as well as the state of Minnesota MnDOT. This first one is statewide. It's the Statewide Multimodal Transportation Plan, or SMTP for short. This is one that we have to update every 5 years and kind of looks at a 20-year span of how we want to update our policy and how we want to do our business as state highways, as state transit, bike and ped, and transportation, all these different areas. So the main points I want to mention to this board is that this plan is a very high level, it's an overarching plan. It's about gathering public input and stakeholder input and trying to turn that into policy or updating our policy or strategy for what we do, particularly with the trunk highway system. And as you can see here, we have in this update of the plan, we have focus areas that some of them are kind of similar to what we talked about in plans past 5 and 10 years ago, and some are kind of updated here. So as you can see, always an emphasis our aging infrastructure, how do we keep our roadways and other transportation systems well maintained, also talking about climate change, equity, safety, and transportation options. Now these are 5 emphasis points, but there still are other, and actually multiple other focus areas within the statewide multimodal transportation plan too. But these are the ones we're really focusing on this go around in this update. And this update is almost complete. I think there still is an opportunity if the board or others want to know about who to contact, I can get you in contact with those if you want to learn more about this plan and also have some comments or input you would like to give towards, again, this is one of the most broad plans that MnDOT does, and it's for a whole transportation system, all modes. So And actually, I should mention right now too, there will be time for questions throughout the presentation, but you can also pose questions, as you see fit. So next slide, please. So one of the plans that we also work on at MnDOT that is sort of a direct or fairly direct result of the SMTP is our Minnesota State Highway Investment Plan, or MNCHIP for short. This one's another one that's statewide. It's 20-year time horizon, updated every 5 years. But this one is more focused about turning that policy and strategy into how we actually fund and how we as districts within MnDOT actually operate, to work on the highway system. This one is very much focused on the trunk highway system. So it gives a lot of insight and guidance into direction on how to spend. We have, as district staff, we have stipulations we have to follow. We have kind of boundaries in terms of, based on our policy, we want to spend this much on this. Sometimes these buckets are by mode, sometimes they're by priority level, sometimes there's a number of different ways we divide it, but this helps to hash out how we kind of divide up all of our funding for the trunk highway system between our districts and then within the work we do within each region or district too. So this one is just starting, and there's more information to come on this one in the next year, in 2022. Next slide, please. So we are also working on some other more specific modes at a district level. To my understanding, this is the first time we've done, as District 6, a district freight plan. So we're very focused on freight as a mode, but then also multiple modes of freight. So this plan will also be looking at, again, primarily highway freight or truck freight, because that is maybe the most of MnDOT's purview is the highway system. But we also want to look at some of the issues dealing with rail freight, with barge freight, and a couple other modes too. So as you can see here, and you have this in your packets as well, this is kind of a chance for us to kind of set new strategies. This one's a little bit different. There is a question. Yes, I'll take a question. Yes.
I was concerned, have a question about passenger rail. Do you address those issues?
We would not address passenger rail in this plan because I think this is focused on freight, but MnDOT does have a passenger rail office. So we do, again, passenger rail is a little bit tricky because, we as a state, we operate the highways and own the highways, but we don't own the rail or operate the rail. Right. So we have a small office of passenger rail.
Well, yeah, specifically, I was curious about where in the plan or what years or whatever we might have an upgrade on the Amtrak station in Winona.
I do not know the answer to that question.
It does not meet ADA.
Okay.
That would be federal, wouldn't it? Isn't Amtrak all federally?
Well, the Great River Rail has been an advocacy group for that upgrade and for some other passenger improvements, but okay, just wondered where it was in the system, but that's okay.
It's a good question. It's in planning. There's a lot of, sometimes you come across these gray areas, and I think it would matter like who physically owns that station building itself too. And to my knowledge, the state of Minnesota does not own that building or that property. I don't think so, no. So, but a good question, thank you. So in regards to the freight plan, again, we at MnDOT about 3 years ago had a manufacturer's perspectives study too that was also dealing with freight and also dealing with Southeast Minnesota. But that one and this plan are a little bit different, mainly in terms of the outcomes expected. From the manufacturer's study, our outcome was to how can we update and change some of our maintenance and operations to help freight, particularly like local or regional freight movements within our region. This plan is more focused on doing a more in-depth analysis about some of the safety data and other data too, that can really tell us where should we prioritize future capital projects, particularly on the highway, but in other modes as well, where we can put money for new improvements or upgrades to the existing system.
So how much money did you spend on the little obnoxious, in my opinion, obnoxious commander boards coming down 52?
I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, okay. They're all over. I just traveled from the metro home and there's numerous ones. And I think yesterday it was telling me to, it wasn't really driver related. It was some absurd message.
Yes, oh yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, these are the changeable message signs that would have been a message Monday, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that rings true. I don't know the budget on that one.
Yeah,
but
can I
It is
sell-
part
can-
of.
Can we sell political ads coming up in 2022 or something that would really generate some revenue from MnDOT?
That's against our state policy.
Money making.
Okay, I think, yeah, next slide, please. So we also have multiple transit plans
cute.
kind of in the works right now. Yeah. Really quickly, I just kind of wanted to go very high level over a couple of these. A local human services coordination plan, we are just kicking this off. This is one that's really focused on trying to coordinate different layers of transit, because there are multiple layers of transit and transportation for folks trying to get to appointments, to hospitals, or just get around towns or within our counties. Trying to get a better handle on and measuring what we're doing so far and where the needs still are to get people to where they need to go transit-wise. We're also starting in Southeast Minnesota, a Southeast Minnesota Transit Roundtable is another example. We're trying to just be able to share information between counties and our agencies about what's going on. And then our transit office in St. Paul for MnDOT 2 can share information more freely with our local providers that way too. We have, I guess I'm skipping around a little bit, but the intercity busing.
So who's on this roundtable?
Oh, we just formed
Oh,
this.
this lady, your associate has her hand up.
You know, okay. All right, I'll let Heather speak to this.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So this roundtable is actually a new initiative we're starting. We're bringing transit providers all together just to kind of talk about who is doing what. And this is our very first time on doing that, because in Southeast Minnesota, we don't have a team, if you want to call it, outside MnDOT that brings all these, transit providers together. So we want to make sure if you're a transit provider, Winona County, you know what somebody's doing in Freeborn. We're just going to kind of see where this goes and maybe expand the audience in the future. So this year, again, we're kind of concentrating and have invited virtually, transit providers, but then in the future, invite, your county engineer or county board rep to listen in. So we'll report back. We're hoping this will be a good conversation so people talk more. And one of the things we want to get out of this roundtable is updated website so folks can go and, hey, what is this person doing? What is this team doing? So more to come on that. We're excited for this endeavor to see where it goes.
Okay. Just a personal observation, I would invite the school districts to be part of that, because they're a provider, but on taxpayer dollars, but only a limited, but they cover all the county at one point, usually 2 points during the day.
I appreciate that feedback, and I'll mark it on the list to see where this grows.
And they don't really have to make a profit. Most of your providers are in it they need to make money if they're hauling people around. So,
Madam Chair?
all right.
Do you happen to have a business card?
I'm gonna have to check. I haven't been in the office for about 3 months. I will see if I have one.
Is it
Contact information is at the end of the
End of
presentation.
the
Great, thank you. That's all I need.
Gotcha.
We're good then.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Heather.
Excuse me.
Okay, yes.
Just for a point of reference, how many counties are in this, in District 6?
District 6 should be 11 counties. I'm counting that right.
11 counties, plus Prairie Island.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. 11 counties, 1 reservation, yes. Okay. And then, so finally on this slide too, I think I wanted to, again, I have a couple things listed here, but as you can see, the picture is our connected and automated vehicle shuttle. It's a type of planning effort where we're actually testing the shuttle at the same time, as well as kind of testing the other things about it and learning from the experience. So sort of an implementation planning thing going on right now. In Rochester, we have a separate CAVX office at MnDOT that kind of spearheads that. So it's more about automated or autonomous vehicle testing, but it's also about how could this work maybe in a transit setting in the future too. So a few things going on there. Next slide, please. Okay, so now I would like to kind of transition a little bit and now talk more specifically about the highways and the highway plans that we have. And I think we'll start first with the funding. Next slide, please. So this is, you might have seen this slide last year or maybe even 2 years ago, but this is a really good explainer slide that helps us kind of explain the language we deal with when we're talking about our 4 and our 10 years plan. We call the STIP, or the Statewide Transportation Improvement Program. we call it that, but it's our next 4 years of planned project. Those are also program projects. So the distinction there is from 2022 to 2025, we have projects that are planned and programmed, and we've identified how the funding will work on them. These projects usually then just go through design work and then a lot more public input in that phase as well to hone it into what the project should and will be built, essentially. And then the distinction is our CHIP, or our Capital Highway Investment Plan, is further out years. So this year, that'd be 2026 through 2031 already. And these are planned projects, but are not yet technically programmed. So that means the funding isn't clearly identified. They're more susceptible to move around from year to year based on how we see our funding coming in by projections for MnDOT, as well as how we see either pavements or bridge conditions, more specifically, being either okay or maybe it needs to be accelerated. So sometimes it comes in and out based on the condition of the actual asset itself on the highway too. So this is just a useful explainer slide to help kind of explain what I'm talking about half the time. And then both of these are updated annually. So I'm going to talk in a second about how they've changed this year. Next slide, please. So one or two of the factors that go into, or big factors that go into the changes that we make, particularly on our planned projects, has to go with our projections of where our pavements will be in 5 to 10 years and what condition they'll be in. And so we make distinctions, as you can see from the graphs here, between our interstate system, our other national highway system. So that would be, in this case, Highway 61 would count as that. And then the non-national highway system pavements, which would be other roadways. It's a little confusing sometimes, but usually those are the lower traffic roadways. So maybe Highway 74 would be a non-NHS trunk highway.
Highway 14 would be that?
Highway 14, depending on where it is. It
Okay.
is, I think Highway 14 in Winona going west is not national highway system. But then once you go west of Rochester, it is. I'd have to check the map on that, but so don't quote me on it, but I think that's it. But yeah, exactly. Those are, we make these distinctions to be able to prioritize the interstates and the national highway system a little bit higher because the feds require that of us. So that's why you see the distinctions here. And I just wanted to point out with these graphs, we don't actually hit the thresholds for certain categories for poor condition of pavements. But as you can see, it's maybe just clipped at the end there. But when it comes to our just kind of non-national highway system pavements, we don't meet the threshold in 10 years time based on projections for good condition. And that's not the end of things, but it is a metric we use. Yes.
Well, as long as you mentioned Highway 74, Elba North is currently auto-sealed, and my constituents, that's my district, they certainly want to see that, at least that auto-seal. They don't want to downgrade it to crushed rock.
Right.
So can you explain to me what's going to happen with that?
Yes, I can. So I was talking recently with both our planners and then also with one of our directors of operations and maintenance, as well as our materials engineer. And we at a district level came to a decision for this stretch of road. It's about a 4-mile stretch of road that we think right now that it probably should turn back to gravel. That was a pretty recent decision that we made. And the rationale behind it had to do with really one main thing, a cost benefit analysis of long-term what would work best for this roadway and for our maintenance and then balance of our funding. This is operations funding we're talking about, which is a little bit different than our programming funding. But to be able to balance that funding with all the other obligations that we have to do and the maintenance work that we have to do too. So it was kind of a cost benefit analysis, as well as looking at the roadway itself. It was a determination of having a low traffic volume, that this is something that would be suitable for that roadway. My understanding is too, I think I've heard this issue before, and I'm glad that you brought it up again, because we do want to hear what you have to say, hear what your constituents have to say, and we will actually bring that back again to our operations and maintenance directors and to the DE too, that we hear what you're saying, but at this time we made a decision that I think some people wouldn't agree with, but that is our most recent decision about that roadway. We intend to go forward with turning that few miles back to gravel at this time based on costs and what we see on the roadway.
So how many other districts have a gravel state highway?
It's the only one in the state.
You are correct.
Yeah.
Just, locally in our county, we've converted some crushed rock roads to auto seal, and we've done the, the cost analysis. And this particular road has gone, Highway 74 has gone 20 years since you installed the auto seal surface. If you add up how many times you would have graded, how many times you would have added rock, how much staff it would have taken, how much the grading equipment costed, I don't think you're accurate on that. You think it's cheaper on a road that gets that. I know it's low traffic to you, but by county standards, I think our highway engineer is here. Was it 400 some a day? Yeah, that's enough to justify. For one, just the provided service that it gives to the people. There's additional expenses to a taxpayer when they go down a road that's full of washboards and dust, clogs up their air cleaners, wrecks their suspension. So not only it's like a double penalty. They're paying to have their roads in good condition, and then they're getting their cars beat up anyhow. So you might be taking your budget into consideration, and I don't think you're being fair with it, because if you add up everything that costs, that auto seal is not that expensive. So it's going to be highly unpopular, and I'm sure you'll hear more about it.
I understand that, yes.
Yeah, take a comparable road in the city of Rochester and make it gravel.
Yeah,
And we'll see.
try that.
You know, right? Don't treat us like second class, road users.
I understand the sentiment. I understand the feeling. We will bring this feedback back. I cannot obviously guarantee you that this would change a decision or change a mind. But it is, I'm glad that you asked, because it is important. It's something that we talked about recently, and the decision was made kind of based on some of those facts. So if you think you have more information, or the county engineer has more information, like, no, you're really not considering this, I want you guys to consider this, you can bring that to us, yes.
I think Highway Engineer Dave Kramer here has reached out to Mr. Lake, was it, recently? Yeah, and brought some of these things to his attention.
Okay. That's good to know.
So as one of the things Commissioner Jacobs brings is the wear and tear on individual vehicles. It is tremendous. Having grown up on gravel, still living on a gravel township road, I mean, you go at any speed, you get the rocks kicking up, and it damages your vehicle. It does. And it does do a lot of mechanical damage too and stuff. So, I mean, I don't know if that's part of MnDOT's analysis of what it costs to replace, nowadays a pickup truck, $50,000, how many of those, how quicker that would the wear and tear would be on a vehicle on gravel.
Right. I do not know either where that comes in the analysis.
It should be, because the person paying the taxes to make the road is also paying to replace the vehicle that they're
You're right
driving
about that too.
to be
Yes,
safe.
the obligation is to the public, and that's where we're coming from in our decision making. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. We can go to the next slide, please. Okay, and this is a very similar slide to the last one, except we are looking at bridges and our kind of projection of bridges. As you can see, this one, again, bridges not being in good condition is okay, but we also kind of look at bridges in poor conditions, like that's less okay. So when we kind of look at that, we're really looking in 10 years' time at, there is an issue. It's above the thresholds that we've set, and we do see this as a problem and a funding gap for our trunk highways just across our region. And it is actually this way statewide too. We've got an issue coming up in about 10 years' time. So we're going to have to address it. We're trying to address it as best we can now, given the resources that we have. Yeah. Okay, next slide, please. So with all this in mind, we've kind of charted out a little bit kind of how our district-wide funding breaks out this year as compared to last year. And the main thing we want to see, so the green line, if you can see the colors okay, the green line is what we thought we'd get funding per year projections last year. And then the blue line is what we think we're going to get projections in the out years this year. And as you can see, in the first couple of years upcoming, actually a little bit more for our region to kind of help with just keep the payments of the bridges and everything in good working order. But it is then a little bit less in the out years. And this is actually pretty common with other districts as well across the state. We're just projecting slightly lower revenues than before. So we're trying to make it work in all of the districts.
Well, are they projecting lower revenues out in 2031 because of the governor's mandate, clean energy mandate, and we're all going to be forced to drive electric cars, and so then there isn't going to be the revenue coming in from gas tax? Is that part of the rationale?
I don't think it's part of the rationale, but
No,
I
they just-
do not
Looks like
know.
revenue really falls off in 2031.
The revenue, the way I understand that the revenue projections work has to do more with vehicle miles traveled and less to do with gasoline versus
Gas,
electric. So,
gas tax.
yeah. But good point, thank you. Okay, next slide, please. So we added this slide this year because it's just, I think, important to realize that kind of what I've been saying before, our expected revenues towards the trunk highway system change every year. And then our measurements or expectations of maybe the ride quality of our roadways, as well as the condition of our bridges, can also sometimes change between years. So because of these things, we have to shuffle projects often. We have to shuffle projects really almost once every year, but sometimes it's even more than that. We have to sometimes change years. So this was kind of a disclaimer saying, this is the basic reason why sometimes a project might jump back maybe 2 years in our planned projects, or maybe jump ahead a couple of years in planned projects compared to maybe what you saw last year. So it's kind of another disclaimer saying, we can't promise that we will deliver projects in 2030 or 2031 at this point, but we intend to based on conditions and funding. So next slide, please. We're into the map section now. So we like to provide maps, give you as much information as possible about what's going on. This is sort of this year's construction projects. I think the one that I will point out is actually number 17. I think that's the active warning system that's going in this year. I think that was a safety project, so it was able to go in. I think it was one that we actually talked about. I talked about with this board in years past. So we're pretty proud that we can get that one moving, make it a safety project, and have it be built this year. So
That one came up under discussion regarding black ice and
yes.
some dangerous accidents in that area. Thank you.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
The Pickwick area responders will greatly appreciate that if people adhere to it. Because Pickwick responders called out to some pretty gruesome accidents in that stretch of road.
Yes.
And they've pleaded for one so let's hope it does what it's supposed to do, warn people to slow down.
I'm optimistic too, yes. Yes.
Speed bump here and there would do it too.
All right, next slide, please.
I don't know. It could
slow them down.
It's 60 miles, 55 miles an hour. Yeah.
So the next two, they're going to be hard to read on the screen, but I provided them and as separate documents in the packet. This is just the next 4 years of project across the entire Southeast Minnesota district. As you can see, actually, the one thing I think I'll note on this map is that there's quite a few that show up as next year. I think a lot of these have to do with just maintaining the pavement. And so you may see some orange cones in those areas, but not necessarily see orange cones in those areas. But it's just kind of a snapshot of just a lot of the work we're trying to accomplish in a few different areas on the highway system in the next 4 years. So next slide, please. And then this is the same geographic area, but we're looking at years 5 through 10. So that's 2026 through 2031. Again, another snapshot, kind of looking district-wide, just kind of for your information. Go ahead, yes.
I just have a question. I see where the projects are projected, but do you revisit projects that have been implemented and kind of calculate, are they doing what they were supposed to be doing? Are there any new issues that have come up? I'm thinking, I guess, specifically of Gilmore and Sarnia at Highway 61, which was a complicated project and left some complicated issues, I believe. But
Gotcha. Is that, you'll have to remind me, sorry, is that a traffic signal replacement? Is that an intersection change?
It was an intersection change. There was
That's
a traffic signal update and a second one put in, and there was a roundabout, and traffic was diverted onto a service road. There's truck traffic coming in because it's a grocery store. There's 2 grocery stores there now. So
I remember it now. I think, to be honest, that's a better question for our traffic department to answer than me.
I was just curious if you look back. I mean, I see we're looking forward, and that's very helpful.
Yeah, I think because it's a pretty significant project of ours, I think anecdotally a lot of us will look back and see, well, what do we see now, at least, driving through. I don't know if there's a more formal process. If there were, I think it would be our traffic department would check that out. So
Well, they put in some.
We'll jot that down.
Yeah,
We'll
they
bring
put
that
in
to them.
some U-turns
you
and they
leave town.
closed some roads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before you leave town, I have an intersection I'd love you to drive through, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, especially on that last slide and even this slide, it sure looks like there's enough, Olmsted County compared to our county and Wabasha County. Boy, it looks like you're spending a lot of money in
Here?
Olmsted and not
Oh,
so much in
Olmsted,
Winona
not
and
here.
Wabasha,
Of course.
We know that.
or any of the surrounding counties. So,
Right.
All roads lead to Rochester.
What I can tell you is that this ebbs and flows. So it's partially a function of there are some roadways in Olmsted County that they're due. They're due for a pavement fix. And sometimes so you can see, for example, if we change it to like Wabasha County, there's almost nothing in Wabasha County, but that's because given the roadways and the work that we've done in the past about 3 years in the county, as well as over the next 4, in years 5 through 10, we don't really need, based on a pavement or bridge need, there are very few needs there in that time horizon. So it can be a little bit of an ebb and flow. I think that's part of it with Olmsted County. The other thing too will have to be, we have more projects pertaining to sort of interstate or freeway systems that would show up on the map. So like one example would be a high tension cable median barrier is more likely to be a project that we're working on. I think US 14, 1 or 2 of those is one of those. So not so much pavement projects or other like improvement projects like that, but other things that we want to prioritize for our different levels of our interstate or freeway systems. So that's another reason Olmsted pops up a little bit more in the next 10 years. Okay, I think it's okay. I will switch to the Winona County map now. It should be the next slide, please. So you should have, I think, a map, and I think we sent a more recent map. I don't know if that's made it here now, but this is the more recent map actually up here on this slide to help you visualize a little bit better. This is just a zoom in on Winona County, and it's kind of a look at the projects coming the full next 10 years. So as you can see, based on pavement and bridge needs, and based on how we can kind of move our funding around, we have some projects I think you're well aware of, like Mankato Avenue next year is on this map. And there's actually, Chad can talk that more on the next slide. So we can talk about that project if there's questions on the next slide. Sorry, thank you. But then, as you can see, a couple projects maybe have moved years in the past year or 2. Oh, perfect, thank you. But I think I just kind of wanted to pause here and maybe say, there are a couple new ones that have popped up. All the way out in 2031, we think that from MnDOT's perspective, and from talking with the city initially, there may be a need for a full reconstruction of the roadway in Altura, or at least the MnDOT section of the roadway. And so obviously that's 10 years from now. So we're putting that in our kind of projected plan right now as an idea of, we'll explore this more, but we think there's a need coming up there, both with our pavement and their utility system too.
So question, how often do you analyze if you're going to go with blacktop or concrete? Because I know now on 52, you're doing a lot of concrete. And then I see here, on I-90, you're talking about resurfacing and crack sealing. And, so how often do you analyze? Is it, traffic count, or is it how many dollars you got? And at times, the county did a big concrete, but we got federal funds for that.
We have a lot of factors that go into whether we pick bituminous or concrete for the roadway surface. And unfortunately, I'm not the expert on how this picks. But I will say it's pretty consistent that we're analyzing and analyzing again. And I think sometimes I think certain levels of roadway, like interstate or national highway system, may have a higher expectation potentially for concrete sometimes to make the project last longer, while others, it's not the same. So it's maybe based on this priority system or the level of the highway system itself. I think it's also based on what's available locally or regionally in terms of prices of materials too, is another factor. Chad knows more about this than I do, if that's all right.
We do it for virtually all of our reconstruction projects. And here we go, Chad Hansen, the project manager, meant that, but we do it for virtually all our like larger reconstruction projects. The life cycle cost analysis is what we do. And we look at, a lot of times it's based on not only traffic volumes, but we're also looking at truck percentages. And then we look at long-term maintenance costs. There's a lot of things that go into that, but there's a lot of competition between the bituminous and the industry. So we've worked with them that it's a very established practice that we have to follow. So, yeah.
Right, so you are, determining. I figured you would.
But it is
Putting you on the
definitely
record.
on our higher volume roads is why you typically would see more concrete. It's a lot of times it's because of the volume, but also the trucks on those roads.
Well, I-90, there's parts that is bituminous and then there's some parts that are concrete. And I would think once you get on I-90, it should be pretty much all the same, but from point to point.
Yep, yep.
My life cycle, I would like to see concrete, but that's okay.
Very good. I think actually, it's probably this, I'll pause here for one more moment. Are there any other questions maybe right now about some of the other projects that you're seeing coming up in the next 10 years? As I said before, a couple of them have moved, but for the most part, and I think a couple are maybe new additions too. But usually the new additions are in years that are pretty far out.
Well, just a suggestion, because I live right close to I-90 by the Nodine exit. You have to remember, there's springs and streams in that whole couple miles there. And they're constantly drilling, I don't know, pipes down to see where the water is now. So that is something that causes problems in that I-90 Nodine area.
Good, thank you.
A lot of water.
Is there another question? Okay, not hearing any, you can keep asking questions. I'll go to the next slide now, and I think Chad, again, we want to talk just really briefly about one project in particular, but maybe if there's other questions about other upcoming projects, Chad can also answer those too. So go ahead, Chad.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on this project in Winona that we have coming up in 2022. Basically, it's from Sugarloaf View all the way up to, I guess, just north and west of Sarnia Street intersection. It'll be a full reconstruction of Mankato Avenue. I'm sure most of you are well aware of this project coming out. Just wanted to touch on it. Basically, it's a full reconstruct. All new city utilities will be placed. There'll be all new storm sewer. There'll be a new multi-use trail all the way along the west side of the road, and then a new sidewalk along the east side, and then a series of 4 roundabouts.
What's a sidewalk on one side and what's on the other side?
A multi-use trail, it'll be a 10-foot bike trail essentially, but it's a multi-use because bikes, pedestrians, whoever can use that. So it's just a little bit wider, whereas the one on the east side will be 6 feet wide, which is intended mainly for, just pedestrian use.
So how much land, are you acquiring a lot of land to accomplish that?
There's actually, a lot of it is in place right now, but we're trying, some of it will just be reconstructed. There's a bike trail that goes, kind of along Lake Winona through the park. And it kind of goes in and out along the west side of Mankato. But we're just looking to kind of create a consistent bike trail all the way that follows right along the edge of the road, separated by a boulevard. And then we're also extending it a little bit further south. We heard after talking to people from the community, there was really a desire to get bikes across Highway 61 safer. So we're extending it not only from where it ends right now at Brewski Drive, we're going to extend that all the way south to 61, but then we're also bringing it across 61 to tie down into East Lake Boulevard.
Across 61 going
through, get up to the hill and,
going through the roundabout with a bicycle?
There'll be pedestrian activated flashers there for that crossing, but the trail will cross across the lake.
I'm a bike rider, okay. And bicycles pay how many tax dollars? How many dollars? Okay.
So anyways, that will be extended all the way down to East Lake Boulevard. I guess maybe the only other thing I want to say on that is we do have municipal consent, so we're just moving ahead with that with the city. They had a meeting, I guess, just last week to make some decision on the aesthetics, some of the landscaping that we put in along there. And then construction we plan to be getting going next spring. So.
Just an informational
Yeah.
question. Will the utilities be buried?
Yes.
Okay. That include electrical and,
There is some overhead that is private, that is being relocated. There still will likely be a little bit
between
in
that
that
section.
area, but that's not a public facility, it's a private utility.
even though we have.
What do you
So,
do
yeah,
when the
it's
train's
generally-
sitting there? What do you do when the train's just a short distance down? Do you stop? Is it proper to stop in a roundabout?
So the way we're handling that, we're the northbound leg at Sarnia will be 2 lanes, so the left lane will be the lane that continues around the roundabout, whereas the east lane will only go through. So for a situation where a train would block Mankato Avenue north of that roundabout, that traffic would queue up in the right lane, seeing that's the only lane that'll go to the north. And we're gonna have an overhead sign in advance of the roundabout, to clearly mark that for people. So the people queue up in the right lane for when those long, sometimes 15-minute blockages. And then the roundabout would still continue to function because the left lane would be the one serving the roundabout, kind of like a left turn lane does today. So.
Another question, will the roundabout, the median in the center of the roundabout, will it be curbed or mountable?
There will be truck aprons in the median, and then they'll be, it'll be mounted up like a traditional roundabout will with some landscaping in the middle.
Okay.
But yeah, that's how they're designed, so a truck is a truck apron for larger vehicles.
Will MnDOT be in charge of the maintenance of the landscaping, or will that be a city of Winona?
That's an excellent question.
Because
The
we have
city of Winona is responsible, but we've been working with not only the city themselves and city staff, but we've had an engagement committee from the community, and they've voiced a strong desire for very low maintenance landscaping.
We have some experience with landscaping and maintenance on a small roundabout we have out by the Pleasant Valley Church.
Yep, yeah, I've personally cleaned it, been with a group that cleaned it up, yeah.
We've heard we don't want something that's not maintained and it's gonna look terrible in 3 years. So basically along the boulevards, along the edge of 43, it's gonna be just basically trees that we're putting in. They're gonna be lower level trees within the roundabout themselves. There'll be the truck apron like I mentioned. And then there's just gonna be some low level like sedums and a few bushes. But there's not gonna be like, tall grass that is,
Is that salt resistant plants?
yeah, we do have special plants that we use in these situations along the roadside. So, yeah, that's all.
I'm not a big fan of some of the projects that have been done, and you're assuming somebody else is going to take care of the vegetation and the weeds and everything. Okay.
A lot of growth.
What do you do? This is a big project. Are the businesses going to have access at all times?
Yep, so we will maintain, there will be no detour with Highway 43. 43 will remain open the whole time. We will have to close at intermittent times Riverbend, Frontenac, and Brewski while we construct the intersections themselves and the roundabout, but we're gonna put stipulation in there that you can only close one intersection at a time. There may be times when we would allow a short-term closure of 2 on one side of the road, but in general, it'll be only one intersection can be closed at a time. But the way we're generally gonna do it is the west side would be constructed first. We maintain the traffic on the east side, and then when traffic is down on the west, flip over and we do the other side. So.
Is this a one summer project, or is it a 2-year?
We've met with, I guess, one contractor already. We've been talking with our construction staff. They really feel that they can do the majority of this in 1 year. So we're gonna get going as early as we can in 2022. And then, hope to have everything finished up by the end of the year.
And where in
Sure,
district?
There's gonna be some land There could be late season paving that doesn't get done, but anything that affects traffic should be done in 2022.
And where in District 6 do you have another roundabout, for example, that contains this much traffic and this many businesses and everything?
I would say in our district itself, this will be one of the highest volume ones we have. But I would also say this is probably would be one of the highest volume signals in our district, which clearly isn't working out there today, how it's functioning or not functioning up during a lot of times of the day. So,
Yes, I haven't ever had a major personal experience with it.
so anyways,
Matter of opinion.
And will there be all new lighting down the road as well?
it'll be all new standard Cobra lighting. That's kind of what the city has asked for. They want it, not a higher level like an aesthetic lighting, anything like that, but they want
What are the
to keep it basic.
what kind of intervals will the lighting be?
You know, it varies a little bit, but I think generally 200 to 300 feet spacing.
Okay.
So, yeah. And the way that we like these is the roundabouts are usually a little bit brighter than the roadway in between them.
Right.
So spacing does vary a little bit. You know, you generally want the crosswalks and the roundabout themselves a little bit higher light levels.
Well, you were part of our earlier discussion. You understand that view shed is very important to this community, so be careful.
Yeah.
Don't make it too glaring and too bright.
And they will all have the cutoff lights too, so, you know, to keep the light from being directed back for like the business.
It won't shine up on the bluffs, will it? It'll be downcast lighting?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
Yeah, we're actually required to do that, so. The only other thing then on this one is we do have a public open house on August 26th. At this time, we're still planning that's gonna be an in-person meeting.
You know
I guess
where?
that's always subject to change, but, as of now, August 26th, from 4:30 to 6:30 at the National Guard Armory again will be that meeting. I will also have a virtual option for people if they're either unable to or not comfortable coming to that meeting, they can always visit our website that we have set up, and then that'll generally have all the same material. All our boards will be up on that website. So,
You have a guesstimate what the dollars and cents on this projects are?
right now we're in that $13.5 million construction cost. That range, we're about a 90% plan level, so, you know, that could adjust a little bit, and now that they made their decision on the aesthetics last week, that could go up a little bit, but a lot of that will be local cost. So a lot of that was up to what the city wanted.
Right, that's under the cities.
Yeah, what they
County,
wanted.
county doesn't have anything to do with this
And
project.
that includes the city utilities and everything, so.
Ms. Qualley has a question or comment or?
I would be remiss in my responsibilities as also park director as well as planning director to not do my annual pitch to MnDOT, to Kurt and his colleagues for their specific discussions internally about all modes on all roads to encourage the extension of a multi-use trail toward Highway I-90 up 43, where it was graded for additional lanes, which is currently being used by Winona County residents outside the city of Winona as a linear park. And joggers and bicyclists utilize it, but it does not provide the connectivity to the city of Winona and further up I-43 to Stone Point Park. And that has implications for the greater Minnesota Parks Association that we're part of in terms of grant funding. So if we can connect the dots with trails that come across from Wisconsin and trails as far away as the route by that level of connectivity, we could actually get some more sophisticated funding for the development of Stone Point Park. So there's my annual pitch, and thank you. I know it's been a long meeting. My apologies, Carrie.
So there's a lot of money for snowmobile trails and ATV trails, but that's not considered in this trail system.
Gotta think about this. Hang on one second.
Depending on the system you're talking about, because there's a few different systems, because the DNR has their own state trail system. MnDOT has a planning effort with the priority bicycle routes, which is really focused on bicycles. But I would say if it's a DNR state trail, and it's a state trail system, that would also have some accommodation or really shared accommodation between bicycles and ATVs and snowmobiles. It's how they've done them in the past, but that's more speaking towards what the DNR knows, so.
Sure. Well, you could partner with them.
Okay. We do from time to time, yes. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We'll go on to the next slide, please. One more? Oh, yes, go ahead.
I was just gonna mention one other project in 2022 would be up in Goodview. We're putting a new, actually it's just a signal replacement on Highway 61 at 44th Avenue, and one of those legs is a county leg. So just so you know that there will be a cooperative agreement that'll be coming your way. The way the signals are, split out, 1/4 would be of the signal cost would be a county cost. And 1/4 would be the city, and then we would pay the other half of that. We've also been working with David Kramer on a new right turn lane on the one leg for, I guess, basically capacity reasons that we've, I know he had mentioned there was a desire to get that added in there, so that would all be included in that as well.
Well, yeah, that intersection by coincidence is where my husband had a very serious bicycle accident almost 10 years ago, and he was on the shoulder. It was new pavement when 61 had been redone. So anything you can do to improve the safety and the predictability of what a bicycle is going to do and what a car is going to do and things like that would really help.
Probably should be another roundabout because all the traffic coming from down at Fleet Farm is, majority of it's headed that way.
I don't have any problem with roundabouts,
Yeah.
but whatever, for safety.
We'll wait and see how this first one works.
Yeah.
Thank you. We are agreeing on the priorities here, yes.
Yeah. You're not doing any of those controlled intersections where you have to go north to go south and you do numerous U-turns and changes. We're not doing any of those down in, that seems to be a metro thing.
If you're referring
Restricted.
to reduced conflict intersections,
Yeah.
RCIs.
Yeah, RCI.
We have a couple now in our district, and I think we're building a couple more. I don't think there are any in Winona County, but I think we built one now in Wabasha.
Is that the U-turn? Because they're in
Yes.
front of the grocery store there. There's more than one on 61.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So
Where
there are
you
just
can-
a
Jury's
couple
still
right
out
now.
on those. I know they had to do some major changing of signals and traffic patterns when they first
Right.
came
Right.
about. They weren't as sweet as everybody thought
If
they
you
would.
come to that intersection from Gilmore Avenue where the housing area is, in order to go north, you have to go south and then make a U-turn to come around. So there's more than one of those kind of complications, and those are tricky.
Yes, I understand it. But yeah, it makes it a little more.
There's 4 lanes of highway there that you need to pull out on so you can get in the left lane to make your U-turn.
Complicated, yes, or at least more steps than before, yes. The jury's still out, maybe yes. The data that we see from this, particularly when it comes to the reduction on the serious or fatal collisions, is promising and really one of the driving factors why we like
That's one of the
RCIs.
complications I was referring to, that
Yeah.
you look back and see, okay, we did this and what was the result? Is it an improvement or not?
Yes,
Yeah.
we are measuring that, yes. Okay, so I just wanted to finish here with just other general information about other major projects kind of happening in Southeast Minnesota related to the trunk highway system. A lot of this is just for your information, so there's some links there that you can kind of use to see more, learn more. Highway 52, there are multiple projects. If you go all the way between Zumbrota and all the way to St. Paul, there are technically multiple projects in multiple years. And so that's what the map here you see kind of shows and indicates. The fairly complex one, or the fairly large one, Zumbrota to about Cannon Falls, is in District 6, and that one is starting this year. and I think it'll ramp up even more. That's a multiple year project. I think we're doing some bridge replacements currently on 52. And then next year
You
is.
took a bridge out, you got all your cones out there, you got.
Yes, it is underway right now. So
Yeah.
this is information in terms of like also happening in the district. So
all going on.
Speaking of the information too, US 14, the 4-lane expansion, that project is nearly complete. So I think the last I had heard about updates from that one is that it should be maybe not 100% complete by the end of this year, but marginally enough complete that you can drive on the new roadway by the end of this year, I think is the update that I have. So.
We open up traffic in November. But next year, you'll see some of the cleanup work, ordering sections, things like that.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, and then one final update. There is going to be more work in future years, I think, maybe 2025 at this point, at Highway 52 and I-90. It was in need, those bridges are in need of replacement on Interstate 90, but also we saw some needs and some safety concerns. And so there will be, at this point, the plan is at least, and the program is to add not a true flyover for that left turn to take you I-90 eastbound, but eliminate that left turn and that at-grade crossing there. So essentially a flyover ramp there, and then some other ramp work as well as the bridge replacements. So that project has changed, and that one you'll probably hear more about, and then you'll see it in several years from now. So, and then next slide, please. Finally, there's a number of ways to stay in touch with us. You can sign up for email updates. You and your constituents can follow us on Facebook or Twitter. 511mn.org is our primarily winter maintenance, but you can see other things on that website too when it comes to the operation of the roadways. Just check real-time information that way. And then Heather and my contact info is on this slide, so it's in your packets as well. Any final questions from the board?
What's the life expectancy of silt fencing?
Oh.
My pet peeve is that you guys, a lot of road construction is done and nobody ever comes back and picks up the stakes and the silt fencing. It's there forever.
Okay.
And it looks, you spend a lot of money on grass seed and flowers, but then you got that silt fence sticking there.
I don't know the answer to that.
So I don't know who's responsible, the construction company or MnDOT, but I think you should withhold funding till they clean up the project.
I'll jot that one down, but the contractor should be cleaning up.
It's just a pet peeve of mine. You're trying to make, who had beautify highways? Some president had a theme to beautify the highways. That was at Eisenhower when he did that.
Johnson.
It's a long time ago now.
Johnson. And it was
Lyndon
Lady
Baines,
Bird.
it stuck with me. If you're gonna build them, make them pretty and take the silt fence down. Finish your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for all the good questions. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Stick around, we'll always come up with some more. Thank you.
That is a true statement.
Thank you. 7.2, oh yeah, we all had this morning. Approve future consideration of parking consultant study.
Good morning,
Good
County
morning.
Engineer Dave Kramer.
Just give me a can of white paint and I'll cross out those yellow lines we got out front here.
Well, if you've got all the answers, then the can of paint will be cheaper than
Yeah,
anything else.
that's right. I can fix it.
As Administrator Fritz and I have kind of strategized about the parking for the county's downtown campuses, various buildings, and the parking represents a very big both real estate investment of the county, and then there's also just the infrastructure parking itself. But as we have the proposed jail project coming, that's going to permanently occupy some of our current parking area. Plus, they're going to need some space while they're having the construction going on. And if we can do a better job of managing our current space that we have available, both for employee parking and for that there's spaces for the public when they need to come to the various county facilities. We're thinking bringing in a consultant to actually help us come up with a plan for managing that. Make some sense, but I also wanted to float this to the county board to make sure that's something that you're interested in considering, rather than getting a proposal from them and bringing it forward and then the question, where's this coming from? So I kind of wanted to get some if you're interested, then we'll get a proposal and bring it back forward for your consideration as a, professional services agreement.
Well, what first come to mind when you talk about this, what's the city of Winona I think they've done numerous parking studies, and then I think one of our major businesses over here, Fastenal, has done some studies. So have we looked at those first to know if there's any?
I think part of this is not just studying how many parking spaces are there, but it's the utilization of the parking spaces we own. For instance, right now, we have various ways we've laid out the parking, for certain vehicles, for the employees, for visitors and all that. And we need someone to come in and look at that overall picture. And we're adding on the monument building, for instance, that lot, as well as we tear down the monument building. So it's not really looking at, it's not really looking at how many parking spaces are available at the theater, for instance, because we don't know what the disposition of the theater will be in the future. It's how to manage our existing parking and then identify anything that might be an option in the future, which we know a few of those already.
Well, if Mendec gets those cute little buses going, we can catch one out in Nodine and take it in, and I don't have to park.
Yeah,
I won't
that would
have
be
a
great.
parking problem.
They don't exist here right now. Not for a while.
Madam Chair.
I suggested that Fastenal run buses from Goodview and where there is parking into their new office building.
Just a comment on that before, I know Commissioner Meyer wanted to talk, was that Fastenal submitted plans to the city for where the Y is, and also for the green lot that's over here across the bridge from the jail location. And then, of course, the port bought the ProBuild building, and so the city doesn't know exactly what they're going to do with that yet.
Will those
So-
include public spots? Do you know?
Yeah, well, that one.
Any of the.
The city manager indicated that the ProBuild might have some public spots, but they don't know how they're going to develop it at this point, or at least they haven't shared that with us. So one of the things too would be, as Commissioner Ward said, is that we would the consultant would talk to all these folks just to make sure we're not, that we don't overlap things or just do it in the vacuum.
Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, my question is a ballpark. Are we talking a few thousand or 10,000 or 30,000?
We don't really know until maybe you have an estimate.
We don't know. I mean, typically they'll have bill rates and they'll take that times however many hours that they think the task is. I'm hoping it'll be in the 10,000, maybe 20,000, somewhere in that ballpark, but I really won't know until we have them put a scope and a proposal together.
And my recommendation on this would be to fund that out of the jail project, because that money is already set aside, and we have in that financing or in that proposal, we do have some contingency that we'll actually $10,000 or $20,000 is I think there's still about $800,000 in contingency, even in the design contingency that we haven't pulled off yet. So and it really is part of that project, because we're taking away parking for the jail right now. So.
The other way I would look at that also is if we're not using our parking spaces as efficiently as we could easily spend way more than $20,000 to, buy more land, demolish buildings and build parking spaces, because maybe we're not utilizing it as best we could. So I think it's, in the long term, money well spent. So we're managing that resource efficiently.
So before we'll see the price tag before we.
Oh, yeah.
move
Correct.
forward. Okay,
Correct.
yeah, all right.
So do you just go to someone that would bid something like this, or is it go up where multiple people can compete to do this?
So I've done some preliminary legwork to try to, because I don't have experience with specifically parking consultants. So I checked with the area county engineers and checked with the city of Winona. The best lead I've gotten is from the city of Winona. They used Walker Parking Consultants, and they said they did a good job and they're familiar with Winona. That's also a name that I've heard of before as far as parking. So that's, I guess, kind of where I'm leaning towards, focusing on them initially. If they come back with a decent proposal, then we'll probably bring that to you.
How many spots you got out at the highway department?
As far as extra spots, you think it's a big space, but when it all gets full of.
Got a lot of lawn in front. We could stripe that off.
There you go.
You don't like to mow the weeds
We
anyway.
against the city of Goodview zoning, with
Yeah. Oh, we have zoning out there?
it's a city zoning. I don't know what they would allow. But
It'd be nice if there was one more than just having one place to go to, just so that place that you just mentioned knows that there is potential competition, so they don't just shoot you the high price right away.
That's a good point. It's nice, yeah, that they know that they have to keep the pencil.
I mean, even if it's
fairly
someone a
sharp.
long ways away.
Well, one of the things we can do is we usually talk to the architects about who they've worked with before, and then they'll probably give us a couple suggestions. We can float
So-
that
so
idea
we'll
with them.
follow up on that also.
See if anyone want to put in a proposal.
Have you personally reviewed what the city got in their study?
I have not.
Okay, I guess,
Know the overview.
I guess I would,
They looked at parking as a whole, for the whole city based on, the current spaces available and how they're being utilized. So that's not quite the same as what we're doing.
Right.
Because we're just talking about our staff, not the public.
And public and staff.
Staff
and
and
the
the public.
Visitors to the,
Visitors.
yes, right.
well, so if you knock out these trees and take out these little grass, things that are a pain to mow and
They're fun to snowplow around.
yeah,
too.
and snowplow around and stuff, and
Oh, we might be able to eliminate a few
Angle.
signs here and there and some other things.
maybe angle the parking versus
look at
like
some
we did on
options,
Main
yeah.
Street. I don't like spending any money on it, though. I think we could get some Legos and we could lay it out. I guess you can get a quote, but I'm not key on.
We're just looking for the board to kind of give us the go-ahead to go, get some proposals.
You want a resolution or
Yeah,
just
no,
a
we need
consent?
a motion. It's on the agenda as a motion.
Yeah.
I'll move to approve the future consideration of the parking consultant study.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Jacob, second by Commissioner Meyer to approve a future consideration of a parking consultant study. Any other discussion? Okay, so this, just from my standpoint, I don't like spending money this way. But I guess I get it. This is just you can get some bids and then we can go from there.
Yeah, this doesn't really commit us to anything.
Doesn't commit us, but I know where it takes us, so, okay. All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. I'm gonna go nay. Pass. All right, 7.3, receive update from the Recorders Department. Good morning, Bob.
Well, Marcia, we just went to.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's not morning, it's afternoon. I
Good
apologize.
afternoon, everyone. I appreciate a few minutes. I have a few highlights from the first half of 2021 and a few comments. Without question, demand for homes, land and commercial properties is extremely high, and the competition is significant as well. We had 312 homes that sold in the first half of the year, and that was up from 273 last year. There'd be even more sold, but they just haven't been available. It's a very tight market. There's some spreadsheets that show some of these numbers that are included in your agenda, so I'm just picking out a few things to kind of bring the picture together a little bit. The high sale that we had for a home and some acreage in Gilmore Valley was $1,775,000. Our average cost this morning, now afternoon, jumped to $211,700. And that's up from $167,000 just a short time ago. In Rochester, the average is $363,000. And I wanted to tell all of you in MnDOT that was here that the traffic is increasing significantly coming to St. Charles and through Winona County. And those are from traffic counts that I did myself. I've been out there for a number of meetings, took some time, just sat on I-90 and the service road and just took some counts. And I think Dave Kramer, I asked him to stay for the presentation because he knows, I think, very well from all of his work in the city, the interest that we're getting from St. Charles or about St. Charles in Rochester. People are driving 20 minutes on I-90. It's kind of relaxing. They're getting a home that is usually of much higher value. It has some yard with it and other amenities that come with it, and it will be significantly less than a comparable home in Rochester. I've talked with two groups in St. Charles, one of them, the Lions, out of 19 present, 17 had a Rochester connection. Either they were presently working in St. Charles, or they had retired from a position in St. Charles, or there was some other family in St. Charles, just a number of things, but clearly it showed the connection. All right, the sales in totality for all of the residential purchases. This is a new figure for us. 80% were above the county market value. We've been hitting the low 70s for the last year. The assessor's office is working diligently with values, but it just shows the higher prices that are being paid. The area that has the most sales is between 150,000 and 200,000. And likewise, just a short time ago, it was 100 to 150. So we're seeing a dramatic increase in sale prices. There have been 40 land sales in 21. 40 is sometimes the number we have for an entire year. Included were 10 with tillable land, and we had 6 that had all wooded land, wooded acreages. The rest were mixtures, and some included buildings. With the tillable farmland, the range was 5,000 to 10,500 an acre. And with the 6 wooded, range from 2,900 to 4,200 an acre. All prices continued on the upside during the first half of this year. We had over 20 million, actually $26 million of commercial property that sold during the first half of 21. That compares with 30 million for all of last year. And this is just another point of the interest in all property in Winona County. There were sales of quite a number of familiar locations so far this year. I mentioned just a couple of them, and I think it's worth mentioning. The Lad Motel at Highway 61 and 43, that was built by a Winona family a few years ago. It carried their family name on it. Prior to just recent history, it was the Jonas family. That sold for $1,150,000. And I bring this figure forward because it shows the value of that corridor that MnDOT was telling us about just a little bit ago. All right, it's making space for a new expanded Quick Trip store. Shopko store sold $2,250,000. The Harley Davidson store on Highway 61 on the east and south side sold. And the other day the question came up on what's happening there. It looks like office. So I checked on that, and we have a very, very unique business that has located there. They do parts for violins. And not only is it a local business, but it has some regional significance as well. And then when I was a small guy, Hal Leonard was starting the same way. Look at where they are today. Let's see what else we had. Oh, the Jefferson's Pub and Grill, not very far from here, that's been sold. And at present is no longer a restaurant. The biggest number of sales in all the groupings was apartments and apartment buildings. And there are a number of homes that have been developed into apartments. There is a real opportunity right now to bring back a home to a single family residential home. They're in demand. There are people looking at them, looking at doing that work to get themselves a family home and do it in that manner. All right, just a couple of the overall comments during 2021. We started the beginning of this year very heavy, a lot of hours working with parties that were buying and selling the remnants or the no longer needed pieces of land for the Interstate Bridge, Highway 43. And this morning, or this afternoon, just 2 pieces remaining that the owners have still been putting some time into trying to determine what the future use is going to be. We have now received the plats for the Highway 43 Mankato Avenue project with the roundabouts. They talked a little bit about it this morning. I can add that in comparison to the bridge, where there were many, many large pieces of property acquired, Mankato Avenue is one where there are numerous properties being acquired, but they tend to be pretty small pieces. For example, at some of the corners of the roundabouts, they were buying in a triangle to add to it. Ironically, and I found this to be so interesting, we just got a brand new Burger King, and they seem to be very short on space. They're going to lose a little corner to the roundabout. It looks like they've probably put their drive-through right on the line, so I think they and MnDOT will
Yeah,
probably
I
be
can
discussing that.
Shoot it over, you get a roundabout special.
There you go. Do you see the lines at that place?
Yes.
Yeah, the lines are
All right.
amazing.
I'll also email those to you, Ken, and maybe forward that to the commissioners. I think there's a lot of interest, and I think it is something that is an absolute concern to all parties, not just the city of Winona, but the county, the state, that's Highway 43, and just some, very, very limited amount of land and making the absolute best to get the highest traffic count we have in the city of Winona through that area. All right, we are working on a couple of other things in addition to real estate. And I want to just let you know that we're in the process of scanning 110,000 marriage certificates and creating a database. They've been on paper. It's a project I inherited. I've got a lot of help from Ken and from Maureen, and it's appreciated. And here's the biggest challenge: 100 years of records, and every few years the forms changed. And when you try to scan and when you try to build databases, if you have consistent forms, you're well on your way. When you're trying to pull from all over, you have a major obstacle that you've been presented. So we're doing a lot of work on it. We've got excellent partners on base and also Trimin, and these we have long established track records with. They put a lot of time in, and I'm very hopeful we're going to get there, but it is taking a lot of time. I hope that we'd be further along than we are at this point. But we've also gone through COVID. We moved from the other building. There's just been a lot that we've worked with. So I'm proud to come and tell you that much, that we are making progress. We're not there yet, and it's important. We have 1.3 million records in the recorder's office, and a very, very high percentage, something like 90%, are scanned, they're imaged, they're available. We're really proud of that. All right, maybe just to mention that, our electronic recording, we're at 65%. We were ahead of most of the state, but they're starting to catch up with us. And what we encounter is that we have major users of our office, like banks and law offices, lenders that are within walking distance, and it's very hard to have conversations and convince them that electronically is the preferable way. But it is for both safety and security and for immediate information. The electronic recording is the future. So I'm continuing to have discussions with some of the parties out there, some of the lenders in particular, and law offices, and trying to show them the value of electronic recording. And I'll just kind of sum it up here by saying that we have a new plat book. I'm really proud of that. We still have areas of the county that do not have internet access. Sometimes in the car, it's just not practical, and you've got it right there. It's $23. It's been very well done. Our office and the assessor's office were instrumental in providing some of the information. Okay, well, I appreciate it, and I thank you.
Question, Bob. I had somebody asked me the other day, with all the property transfers and whatnot, what is the time frame to get that recorded on Beacon?
Some of them are immediate. Some of them we have issues. We have description issues, for example, that we need to work through. We still have approximately 6,000 parcels that need some work done on them to align themselves better on Beacon. That we started out with 26,000. So a number of years ago, we spent a lot of time and we got the bulk of it. So to answer your question, we've come a long way, but there's still work to be done. If it's a straightforward transaction, it should be out there within a week of the sale, a week of the transfer. Those that have work, there's some that we're still working on. They've been weeks. Do the best we can, but it all kind of has to fit.
Okay.
Bob, in your vital records, births, deaths, and marriages, we're not growing.
We're not.
We got a lot less births and deaths are, if you double that, we're in line with all the other.
The census has not provided us yet their 2020 numbers, and we have to be understanding that this was the first and only census that we know of that was done in a COVID environment to the magnitude of this one. There is pretty good information that St. Charles is the one site in Winona County that will be growing. The rest is going to be pretty neutral, and some are going to be down. And it's something that we have to take a look at. They did have issues with what they call some of their bigger census projects, like the dorms, for example. And there is ongoing work that's taking place. I have not received any information as to how they did at Winona State. And St. Mary's. I'm hopeful because the committee that we started with early on, and Chris, you attended some of these meetings, we were very well represented by Winona State and St. Mary's, and they were working directly with that arm of the census. And as long as we knew that, we really didn't have any further involvement. Not that we really have authority to do it, but when it comes to the census, we want to show leadership and bring the numbers together.
Okay.
So there is some thought now that in a couple of weeks, we will be getting some census numbers for the county population and the city of Winona. It's not going to come in that format, however, and that's what makes it a little bit more challenging.
I know there were a lot of issues with off-campus student housing when the students were, working from home, maybe mom and dad's home, rather than the house that they had leased in Winona.
You're absolutely right.
And therefore, they weren't there to get counted. So,
no, and with the move and with COVID, let's just say my involvement compared to 2010 was pretty minimal. I did get to some of the meetings, and I did talk to quite a few people. Kept in touch with the census, which is really important to do, and also we were involved with a few other folks here at the county too.
Well, as soon as you get some info, I know you'll share it with us.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Well, thank you. I know you've had a long day. This is so important to me because this is the basis of value of Winona County. And when we're talking about value, it's our tax value. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much.
If I could just add one thing, Steve, I was privileged to be on a tour a couple weeks ago. I spent hours and hours on a claim that's being made against one of our cemeteries, and the investigation is in a large part taking place with Karen. And we were given a tour of part of the Whitewater, which I've been there before, but some time has gone by. The road that you're talking about, reverting to gravel, that's in the heart of the Whitewater State Park and the Whitewater Management Area. During those meetings, we were told about the numbers of people that have been drawn to that park from so many locations, and what an embarrassment for people coming great distances to see the park, not only in the state of Minnesota, but in Winona County, and then they're driving in big potholes like we did.
Mm-hmm.
So I support you 100%. We need to show the best environment that we can, not just the park itself, but how we get in and out of it.
Yeah.
You can bill it as an attraction, the only gravel state highway in the state of Minnesota. Come see your tax dollars at work. It's unique.
Maybe we need to have a bunch of,
We'll put up it on those
pickups there.
commander boards. Come see our gravel road. Thank you, Bob. All right, item 7.4, receive COVID-19 public health update.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon.
I just wanted to, Melanie has done a very nice PowerPoint for us, and so she will provide us an update. But one of the reasons we wanted to meet with you today and provide you an update is with the governor's executive powers expiring. All of our decision-making as far as mask wearing, COVID restrictions has fallen on us as a county. So we are going to be relying on you for and looking to you for guidance with some of these decisions and moving forward. So I just wanted to provide that. And I will also second the Whitewater State Park. I was in Los Angeles recently, and our Uber driver specifically came to Minnesota to go to Whitewater State Park.
Wow. Yeah.
So,
Wonderful.
Yeah, so,
It's so beautiful.
yeah, I will pass it over to Melanie. She will provide you with the data.
Excellent. Thank you, Karen, and thank you for having me here today. If we could proceed to the next slide, please. So as Karen mentioned, we are here to look for your direction. I'm representing the Winona County Incident Command Team and Winona County Public Health Department. There has been an increase of COVID-19 trends, so I will present those statistics to you, present some information about the Delta variant and where we are vaccination rate-wise in Winona County. I will also present the CDC and NIH guidance, which is new updated guidance as of July 28th of the COVID-19 thresholds and where Winona County lies. Update about the emergency orders, which Karen spoke to, what Winona County currently is doing to combat COVID-19, and then possible actions Winona County could take with examples of what other counties are doing. So next slide, please.
You'll send these weren't included in our packet.
They were not, but
So
Heidi does have them, so we'll
she
make sure
can
that they
forward
get
them to us.
Yes.
Okay.
So on this slide, you will see Winona County's epidemiological curve since March 25th, when we had our first COVID-19 case reported in Winona County. As you can see, since March up until November, we had an increase of cases, which led us to the November surge. Since November, we have been on a downward trend. That brings us to August today, which is the number 20.
I'm sorry, but I'm visually challenged. So what are your axes? What are you trying to show? And you
Yeah.
got different colors there.
So the y-axis is the number of COVID-19 cases reported.
Okay.
And then the x-axis is the months. Unfortunately, we've been in this pandemic over a year, so I've had to add 12 to any month after we hit 2021. So 20 is August of this year.
13 is January.
And 13 is January.
Okay. And then the different colors?
The different colors represent the different cities in which the COVID-19 cases were reported. So that golden color is the city of Winona. That gray color is St. Charles. And then I believe there's a darker golden color that is Lewiston.
Okay, all right.
Next slide, please. This provides a timeline that I thought was important to share with you all of our COVID-19 cases. So as I mentioned in March, when the pandemic began, March 25th was Winona County's first COVID-19 case. On March 30th, unfortunately, Winona County had our first COVID-19 related death. In April, on April 1st, we had our first COVID-19 related hospitalization. And then on April 15th, we had our largest number of cases reported on that time, which was 22 cases. And by the end of April, we had 14 COVID-19 related deaths. Fast forward to June, Winona County reached 100 COVID-19 related cases. In July, on July 25th, Governor Walz declared the masking order. In August, we had our first ICU admit related to COVID-19. And then I specifically noted here on August 24th is when our local universities came and had their first day of class. And at that time, we had 301 cases. You'll see after that, our cases have continued to increase. On August 30th, we had 39 cases reported on a single day. In September, on that second, we reached 500 cases. By October, we reached 1,000 cases. In November, we reached 2,000 cases. So it has exponentially grown the number of cases that Winona County was experiencing. And then in December, we reached 3,000 cases, with the total end of the year having 47 COVID-19 related deaths and 3,561 cases at the end of December 2020. In January, we started with our COVID-19 vaccine clinics. And by January 31st, we have reached 4,000 COVID-19 cases. So if we can go to the next slide, sort of brings to where we are today. From January, we saw that we were in a downward trend, but what we're noticing for the month of July and August is that the COVID-19 cases are increasing. So this slide shows is the y-axis is the total number of cases reported that day, and the x-axis is the day of the month. You can see earlier on in the month of July, we had very few cases reported except for July 7th. And we were averaging about 1 case per day. In the later portion of July, we started to see an increase of cases. We started averaging at least 4 cases a day. And typically when I see that, I'd be like, well, let me see if there was any, in the recent time frame, any time that people would have social gathered, and there was Independence Day. And typically 2 weeks after Independence Day, we would see an increase of cases. However, given the timeline of these cases and the presence of the Delta variant, I'm assuming that our increase of cases is due to the Delta variant, which I'll discuss why that is a concern. So in August, we're averaging about 5.43 COVID-19 cases. Next slide, please. So this is where we are as of yesterday. I do have some information for today. So for as of August 10th, Winona County has 32 new COVID-19 cases being reported. That brings us to a total of 4,734 cases as of March 25th. There's no new hospitalizations, ICU admits, or deaths. Our most recent hospitalization and ICU admit was on July 30th. This brings us to 95 new cases reported in the last 14 days, which is significant. As we saw earlier in the month, we were averaging 1 case a day.
When was the last death?
The last death was in May of this year. Our 14-day case rate is about 18.81 cases per 10,000 Winona County residents.
Are you tracking vaccinated versus unvaccinated cases?
We don't have the data specified to that amount. I'm sure the Minnesota Department of Health does, but unfortunately, we do not have that information at this time. Next slide, please. Another thing to take into consideration is not only the number of cases that are being reported, but the positivity rate of the virus being seen within the community. So this slide shows the total number of individuals being tested at the Winona County Semi-Permanent Testing Site, which is located in the Winona Mall, and the positivity rate. And this is from May. So as you can see, our positivity rate and the number of individuals being tested started back on May 2nd at a 6% positivity rate. Since then, we sort of ebbed and flowed, but in June, we were hovering around a 1% or 0 positivity rate. It is when we get to July 18th that is concern, when we get back to 10% of a positivity rate with very minimal people being tested. And then as of July 25th, we're at around 6%. This data is a little behind from what we received from the state, but it does give sort of a picture of what's going on in the county. Yes.
How do you decide who gets tested?
So the testing is open to anyone who would like to receive a COVID-19 test.
So, I mean, isn't it likely that the positivity rate would be higher due to it? I mean, if you, this is not a reflection of the population as a whole. This is a reflection of people that are getting themselves tested, correct?
Exactly. So this is just a point of reference. It can be assumed that the actual positivity rate in our county is much higher. And from conversations with Winona Health and also Medical Center, they're reporting about 13 to 15% positivity rate from the individuals being tested at their sites. Yes.
I have a question. Several times before any of my appointments at Mayo Clinic recently, I've had to have a positivity test or a test, regardless of my vaccination status. But so I have to go to a Mayo Clinic facility, which is the closest is La Crosse. Does that get counted here in Winona County or where? Or
if you had a positive test, that would be reported to Winona County.
But
if you're a Winona County
do I get
resident.
counted as a person tested?
Not at this semi-permanent testing site.
Oh, right, because this is just at our site.
Yeah, but it would be reported to the Minnesota Department of Health and the Center for Disease Control
Okay,
if
and
you
then sent
tested
back down to
positive.
Winona County. Okay.
I didn't quite understand. You said that you think the positivity rate is higher than,
Correct.
and what, I mean, I'm just running that through. My thought process is that the people that are coming in to get tested are people who probably have some concern that they have something, a cold, or whereas the other, I don't know what percentage of the people that are not getting tested, 90% probably feel fine and are not. So I would think that the positivity rate of those that are getting tested would be the highest rate that there is.
You have a good point. However, some people may not seek out testing, or some people may be asymptomatic carriers of the virus and may actually be testing positive. So that's why I say it could be.
But these people are probably, there's some reason why they're getting tested. They think that
Right.
they've got something wrong with themselves.
They're either being asked to, they have signs and symptoms.
Sometimes they have to, it's requested, I don't know, like when on a clinic visits, if you have a certain kind of visit for, a doctor there, they may require it, just as my doctors did at Mayo.
Correct.
Yeah.
Any other questions so far? Okay, next slide. So this leads me to discuss the Delta variant, which is also known as B16172. This variant was originally identified in India. This version of the variant spreads more than twice as easily compared to the earlier strains. And just so you all know, it is expected that any virus is going to mutate and vary. It just like anything, it's trying to survive, and to do that, it adapts to do so.
I just want you to clarify something. I had information that said that not only does it spread more easily, but the incubation period is shorter. So that if I contract the Delta virus or variant, I can spread it faster in a sense.
That I don't know, but I can confirm that for you.
Okay. This was Dr. The doctor on, Ostrom. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a television discussion, so.
Okay.
I'm sure.
And he definitely would know.
Could you talk about, okay, spreads more than twice and it more severe. Now I've heard, again, you hear all kinds of news. I've heard that it's lesser of a virus. So, I mean, what do you mean when it's more severe? Are there more people hospitalized, or how to quantify more severe?
So with the severity of this virus, each variant has different severity. What we're seeing with the Delta variant, just based on cases, is that if an individual who's unvaccinated is contracting the virus, that their symptoms are more severe. It's spreading more quickly. The chance of death is higher. It's just more severe and complex than its original version. And it's the Delta variant and the Alpha variant that is this way compared to the other variants that are present at this time.
Okay, so you're saying this is Winona County. With those statements, then has our hospitalization gone up?
From what I'm hearing from Winona Health and Olmsted Medical Center, they have not yet at this time.
Is there any concern about, so there is no concern right now about the hospitals having capacity to handle this?
It could become a concern if the increase of cases continues
But it's not a reality now.
Not at this time in our region, however, it could be elsewhere. So one thing that may speak to Commissioner Kovesi's point is that what we do know, what evidence does show, is that individuals who have contracted the Delta variant carry a higher viral load. And so what that means is that they have more of the virus within their body. So that's most likely the reason why it's increasing the severity of the symptoms.
Right, and if you're asymptomatic, you have no idea you're spreading it.
Correct. As for the vaccine, there are very rare instances where individuals who are vaccinated, since none of the vaccines currently on the market are 100%, which not much in life is, where they are contracting the virus. And there is evidence that fully vaccinated people can spread this version of the virus. The vaccines have been proven to provide some protection by lessening the severity of symptoms, lessening the chance of hospitalization, and lessening one's chance of death. But our most concern with the Delta variant is for those who are unvaccinated, because they could pose outbreaks. They don't have that protection, so they'll have more severe side effects, hospitalizations, which then could put our hospitals in dire straits.
Is there a shortage of vaccine? No?
At this time, no.
So anyone who wants to get vaccinated at this point can?
Anyone who's eligible, which is any Minnesotan 12 years of age and older.
So if they're at high risk, it's at their own choice. Essentially, because they're not getting themselves vaccinated.
Well, the
Correct, it's
exception
not a
to that,
mandated vaccine.
the exception to that is kids. And then I think certain people who have compromised immune systems,
Mhm.
or maybe couldn't take the vaccine, or for whom the vaccine is not going to be as effective.
And kids,
Otherwise, yes.
well, and kids, they haven't done, well, all of this stuff, they haven't done enough testing. I mean, you can't test things in less than, a year's time on a
Well, I mean,
But they're not available to take the vaccine.
Right, I know,
Yeah.
because they haven't had time to do the testing. So some of these, we don't know.
But I can tell you anecdotally that I have a friend who lives in Rochester who gave birth to a baby at the beginning of January. And within just several weeks, her grandfather gave her COVID. And she spent a couple of weeks in the ICU, and they didn't think that she was going to live as an infant, right? So it can be very serious for kids. I mean,
But they can't give them the drug yet because
right.
they don't know. They've got to test it.
And they continue to talk on the news about when the vaccine becomes fully approved. Is that when it can be given to children under 12, or will there never be a vaccine for children under 12?
So as of right now, Pfizer and Moderna are conducting study trials to see how effective their vaccines are in individuals 6 months of age and older. It is anticipated that both Moderna and Pfizer will be approved late fall, and then we could start administering the vaccine to that population once our standing order in Winona County is updated, but also depending on the demand of vaccine at that time. Because once that population becomes eligible, the demand for the vaccine will increase, and hopefully the pharmaceutical companies are prepared.
But are you going to volunteer your grandkids? It's a parent's decision, and yeah, it's yet to be determined when that will be available, and if it's safe.
Right now, it's just down to 8 years.
And as for the Delta variant treatment, the current treatment out there is less effective against this variant. So next slide will sort of show how the Delta variant has quickly become the dominant strain of the COVID-19 virus, which comprises 80% of the newly reported cases in the state of Minnesota. This is specifically Region 5, which the state of Minnesota is part of. As you can see, back on May 22nd is when the Delta variant was introduced to our region, and by July 31st, you can see that it has quickly become the predominant strain.
Is that, again, I'm sorry, your charts, is that the last bar with the darker?
Yep, that darker
gold?
orange is the Delta variant.
Okay, and what's your numbers there? What's the axis is numbers?
Those are the dates, and then the y-axis is the percentage of the cases that that Delta variant comprises.
Okay, do you have total number of cases there? I can't read that.
No totals on this.
You just have percentages.
Percentages.
Okay.
So all the different colors represent different variants?
Correct.
So how many variants are there?
At this time?
Half dozen?
well, I think they're listed on the right.
They are listed on the right.
No, but that doesn't line up with the amount of colors I'm counting.
That's because not all of the variants are present within our region. Those are just all of the variants that are present in the world. Those that are indicated here, which you can see B117, which is the UK variant, and then which is that light orange, and then the B16172, which is the Delta variant, which is the dark orange, and some others as well.
And the longer that Delta is out there unchallenged, the more likely it can generate another variant, or any of those could generate another variant.
Correct.
Or any of the existing ones could balloon.
Yeah,
exactly.
and we may, we could be in a position where the vaccine does not protect us against, because the virus is smart enough to try to be more lethal or more.
It's adapting to survive, so it is going to adapt to either be more severe and spread farther, or adapt in different ways.
It's not generally in the virus's best interest to kill off the host.
Correct.
That's
from an evolution.
Right, it
standpoint.
wants to survive
Yeah,
and spread.
So is this information from the World Health Organization? Because we don't have all those things variants in the United States, do we? Aren't some of those variants, you said one is predominantly in the UK.
Yeah, but it is present here. So they just named that variant after where it originated.
Okay,
It also
that's-
has a different.
Okay, that's dangerous politically because that's showing some bias. So
Okay,
now
I
you're
apologize.
slamming the UK versus, you know, the Asian flu and all that stuff. We have to be careful.
So, I mean, we talk about the different variants and how smart they are and their ability to survive. So isn't it also fair for me to assume that I could have been exposed, never knew it. My body is developing antibodies and my body is smart too and has an immune system that could eventually win this battle? Is that a possibility too or not?
The research is
happen?
out about your own body's immunity. Yes, you do get some protection. However, it's still recommended to receive the vaccine as it extends the longevity of the protection of those antibiotics.
Right, and there's a timeline on your immunities. So, you know, the vaccination is still recommended.
Correct.
But now they've been questioning how long it's good for. We've been told, again, what have we been told and what have we been, you know, preached to that, oh, you get vaccinated, you're good to go. Now they're talking, we need boosters. It's a very relatively short time of protection, not like the old, you know, the polios and the diphtheria and all the other things we took as children. That was pretty much a lifetime thing. Aren't they questioning the length that this vaccine is good for?
They're not necessarily questioning the length. However, given the research that's being done, boosters could be recommended in the future. As of right now, the CDC and the FDA do not recommend boosters or do not recommend if you're fully vaccinated to get another dose of the vaccine. However, in the future, it could be recommended for individuals who are immunocompromised or individuals who are over the age of 65, but nothing has been finalized.
Yeah, and just like the virus, the science is evolving.
Correct.
So, you know, decisions are being made based on the best information possible. And now they are aware that people who did have COVID and did not get vaccinated are now at risk for the Delta variant. So,
correct. If we go to the next slide, we can see it's the presence of the different variants across our country. So that orange is the Delta variant. And if we go to the next slide, you'll see its presence across the state. And again, that darker orange is the Delta variant.
And lighter color is the old.
Is the BU117, the variant that originated out of the UK.
So Southeast Minnesota is yellow, but what's the bar chart over it supposed to mean?
So the pie chart represents the different variants that are present. So the darker orange is a Delta variant, which confirms that it's in our region.
and it's almost half of our.
And what's the blue? What's the dark blue?
The blue is the BU15262. I apologize off the top of my head. I can't remember where that variant originated. I can follow up if needed. Next slide.
Greg, did you have something? No, okay.
So one thing that we do have in our back pocket to combat the Delta variant is the vaccines. This shows Winona County's vaccine effort. As of today or August 6th, when I ran this slide, but I checked it this morning, they're identical. Winona County has administered 51,957 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. About half of that of individuals have completed the series, which to complete the series, you need 1 dose of the Johnson & Johnson, 2 doses of Moderna, 2 doses of the Pfizer vaccine. Of the current eligible population, which is 12 plus, 60% of our population is fully vaccinated or have at least 1 dose. Of the 16 plus population, 60.7% has been vaccinated with 1 dose. And of our 65 plus, 92.7% has been vaccinated, which 1 dose of the vaccine gives you 85% efficacy. You need 2 doses to boost you to that 95% efficacy and give you the longevity. For our total population, we have 53%, and that does include individuals who are currently at this time not eligible to receive the vaccine.
So My understanding is the population of Winona is right around 50,000, and we've administered 51,000 doses. So you're saying those are going outside of the county, or where are they going?
Nope, so that means for, apologize, there's 51,957 doses administered, but since 2 of the vaccines require 2 doses, that means that there's still Winona County residents out there who haven't completed their full series. And it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone eligible has received a dose just because there's the 2-dose vaccine requirement.
Do you know what a percentage of our population is eligible?
Great question. So we have 44,769 Winona County residents that are over the age of 12 plus, and our total population is roughly 50,484.
So of that 44,000, if you took the, I guess if you took the other ones out of the population because they can't be vaccinated.
Correct. So our 12
then our
plus
vaccination rate, based on who can be vaccinated, would be higher, right?
Yep, so on this slide, it indicates for those who are eligible, which is our 12 plus population, 60% of Winona County residents have received 1 dose of the vaccine.
Okay, but we're a border state, so and my husband got ours in La Crosse, Wisconsin. Were we counted?
Yes.
They didn't ask us where we lived, I don't think.
I'm guessing they know.
Then they know too much.
Right. Typically, they would ask for your address because it would have been reported into.
Might have been on my husband's insurance.
Yep.
So they didn't, I don't think they asked us.
Correct.
So
yeah.
that we were counted in Winona, not counted in Wisconsin?
Correct, because the immunization record for the state of Wisconsin and the immunization record for the state of Minnesota communicate with each other just in case individuals such as yourself who live in bordering counties get vaccinated in that state.
Because Bob Bamanek was just in here, and I think he told me a couple years ago, if you were born in Wisconsin, you aren't recorded as a birth here. You're recorded as a birth in Wisconsin. So that's good to know that they cross over.
So you said 44,000 of our population is 12 plus, 12 and above. So that means 7,000 are not eligible for vaccines.
Yeah,
approximately. 6,000.
And 60% of those eligible have had the full dosage.
Have had 1 dose.
Have had 1 dose. Yes. It's still just the 24,875?
So,
no, I'm sorry. It's the blue. It's the 25,8.
25, so of the 12 plus population, 27,875 individuals have received 1 dose.
And the 25,844, that's what that is?
That's who completed the entire series.
Yeah, okay.
Next slide does break it down by age further, who shows the total number. Our 18 to 49-year-olds are the age population that have received most of getting 1 doses, and then second by our 65 plus. Next slide. Which brings us to the CDC and NIH COVID-19 transmission threshold guidelines. This was released on July 28th. And as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, you have CDC's thresholds, and on the right-hand side of the screen, you have the Minnesota metrics. The Minnesota metrics mirror the CDC metrics of thresholds. What this chart shows is all of the tests and all positive cases are reported to the Minnesota Department of Health that reports them to the Center for Disease Control. What the Center for Disease Control is analyzing that information, specifically our case growth per county per 100,000 people with a 7-day time frame, and the positivity rate within a 7-day time frame. In whichever rate or factor is higher determines what level of transmission level that we're in or what level of risk that county is in. And they've broken it down by low transmission level, moderate, substantial, or high. The CDC is using this threshold to determine or make the recommendations for the public of if your county is in a substantial or high transmission level, certain recommendations, which I have that on the next slide. I can share with you that Winona County has been in substantial for 2 weeks. Last week we were in high, and now we're back in substantial. Okay, next slide.
So 2 weeks in substantial, 1 week in high, and now we're back in substantial?
Correct, so they
Okay.
do fluctuate
Yep.
based on those weekly numbers. This graph shows our 7-day total rate percentages in the last 7 days. So you can see, again, it follows that epidemiological curve that I showed earlier. But in the last 7 days when this was ran, which was on Saturday, August 7th, we had 28 cases. And to take that to their requirement to put us in the different levels, that would be 55.46 cases per 100,000 Winona County residents. I did break that down week by week on the next slide, please. And I apologize, that orange bar likes to move. It should be on the 50. But this breaks down week by week according to our cases of per 100,000, where we were. So earlier in July 18th to July 24th, we were much below the substantial metric, which is where that orange bar is at 50 cases per 100,000. July 25th, we were over. And on August 1st to the 7th, we are also over that 50 cases per 100,000, which is substantial. If we go to the next slide, we look at the other factor that CDC uses, which is the positivity rate.
If you could go back. So substantial, I mean, it's a term you, so how many more does it have to be before it's high?
For high, let me just.
I mean, we just barely substantial or we're
So
approaching
substantial is 50 to 99 cases per 100,000.
50
and
to 99?
High is greater than 100.
So we were at
So we
80?
were,
What's your, no.
first July 25th to July 31st, we were at like 55. August 1st through August 7th, we are at around 75.
And you'd have to get up to over
100 to be high.
Oh, do you have the, from the 7th to the 10th data?
Not yet, but I
I'm
will
just
be
curious.
running this data weekly.
And is there any is there any tracking to say, is this metropolitan, city versus rural? Is there any relationship to where you live within the county? I mean, out in the country,
There was a slide
we're
per
just
city.
more socially
right?
distanced and everything.
Yeah, one of the
normally.
early slides showed by city.
per city.
Location?
Yeah, the key was off to the side. You
Yeah,
couldn't
it's
really
so,
see it, but
I'm,
when we
I
get our
apologize, I
copies.
can't read those, so.
No, when we get
It's
our
an awful lot
copies,
of
it'll be
information.
clear.
Yeah, and I can't see that far.
Now, also this shows that between 7:25 and 7:31, we had 55. And then between 8:01 and 8:07, we had 75. That's more or less an exponential increase, considering if you go back to 7:18 to 7:24, and we had 15.
Right.
It's a drastic increase.
Okay, next, if any other questions, or we can go to the testing. So these slides show very similar to what I showed from the Winona County Semi-Permanent Testing Site. That first graph on top shows a percent positivity rate for Winona County, and that bottom graph shows the testing volume. So our testing volume has been relatively low to perhaps what we've experienced in the past, but you can see by the names that right before July, our percent positivity has increased. And on the next slide, I did break it down again by week from what we know from the Winona County Semi-Permanent Testing Site. So next slide. So as you can see, July 18th, we were at 10% positivity rate according to that site. July 25th through July 31st, we went back down. And then for this week, we are again a little less than 10%, but it's an 8% positivity rate that puts you in substantial.
Can you blow that up so I can see what it, the scope of this versus where we've been? I mean, I'd like to see the whole graph, not just focus on a couple
Can we
days.
go to the previous slide, please? So this is, the top is the percentage rate since April, and the bottom is the testing volume.
Cut off on the right.
Oh, is there a way we can move the names of the online participants, please,
This
to the
slide over.
left?
Yeah.
It looks like they could be minimized up on top.
Or if it could be minimized, please.
So we're playing with that. Where are we at with these at-home test kits?
At-home tests can still be requested for anyone who would like
No, I
to.
mean, you go to the drugstore, it's like, I'm sorry, you know, it's like the pee on a stick test. It's a home test kit that they were talking
You would
about really
spit.
developing.
You
What?
would spit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd spit on the stick.
Yep,
So
those.
are those available at your local pharmacies?
you-
And what's the accuracy of those?
So those are available. I have to confirm if they're available at a local pharmacy, but you can request those from the state of Minnesota. And it is a swab test, so you would do a quick swab, put that in a vial and deliver that to the lab, and they would do.
Oh, I thought this
analysis.
was a whole thing that you didn't have to go to the lab. You just did everything.
No.
Correct, you do it in your home, you just send the sample.
No, I thought you'd get some results right there within minutes.
No.
No?
Unfortunately, not at this time, we don't have something like that.
See if you're pregnant, but you can't see.
Well, the percentage right now of positivity, according to that graph, is nearly as high as it's ever been.
Pretty close, yes.
So, I mean, I'm just not hearing the hospitals, you know, making the graph would indicate that we're in the middle of the worst of the pandemic. And what I'm seeing from local hospitals is you know, they have plenty of room for, they're not treating that many cases.
Yes, and that's because we're in the beginning of what it possibly could be. We have the vaccine, people are vaccinated, so that has helped giving us more time. But as you can see, we're on an upward trend. If we don't do something now, and I have a variety of examples on our Swiss cheese model, which I'll show you, we could get to the point where we're in November, where we had hospitals not being able to have the capacity or the beds.
Do we have any numbers of people who are being quarantined or?
I do, but not with me at this
Okay,
time.
because that may take, you know, some of Commissioner Jacobs' concerns. It's like, okay, they're not entering the hospital yet, but they have been quarantined. Are we also doing tracing?
Yes.
Still? Okay.
Mhm.
You guys are busy.
So the Minnesota Department of Health does our contact tracing for COVID-19 for us, but that is still being done.
Melanie, you mentioned that the hospital bed space, during the height of the pandemic, did we ever run out of hospital beds at Winona Health?
I don't know. Good question. I'd have to follow up with Sarah Gabrick on that.
Because I recall in the discussion, we had weekly discussions with the executive there, and while there were definitely more, and they definitely had it matched, you know, the fact that we were having a you know, significant pandemic, it was not the same situation as like Olmsted or the Twin Cities or that kind of situation. So
Isn't it possible some people may have been admitted to Mayo in
sure.
Rochester or Gunderson? in
absolutely, yeah,
LaCrosse?
absolutely. In
Or
lacrosse
Mayo and
and-
lacrosse.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and lacrosse too.
Yeah,
Sure.
Depending on the severe, you know, their needs.
Yeah, the only point was just that locally, you know, even during the height of the pandemic, you know, we weren't, we thought we might have to have beds. We did a lot of planning for the beds.
That's
but
true.
never ended up with
Yeah,
that situation.
Yeah, so what percentage of that capacity is being used for COVID presently?
From what I'm hearing from Winona Health and Olmsted Medical Center, none at this time. But there are, as I mentioned, our most recent hospital admit was in July 30th, so it's just, it's
So
occasional.
that means the vaccines are decreasing the severity of the.
They're working, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the universities are coming back
When are
in
they
person this fall? Is that, and they're requiring masks on campus or?
I have an update on that on a later slide, but
Okay,
their
thank
classes
you.
start August 23rd.
Yeah, 'cause that's a high-risk group, age
Yes.
group. Yeah. A high transmission age group, yeah.
So we can,
Just continue on if we can't get that bigger.
next slide, please. And we can probably do 2 slides. And the next one, please. Great. So knowing what we know and the Delta variant being a much more contagious variant of the strand, the CDC has recommended their guidance for fully vaccinated people. And to be fully vaccinated, again, that's 14 days out from receiving the last dose of whatever vaccine you received. So 1 dose Johnson Johnson, 2nd dose Moderna and Pfizer. So what the CDC and the NVH did update their guidance to align with the CDC recommendations is that to reduce your risk of being infected, regardless of vaccination status, if your county or region that you live in is in substantial or high transmission, they are encouraging everyone to mask indoors. Fully vaccinated people can choose to wear a mask regardless of the level of transmission, but they encourage it if they have an immunocompromised system or individual because of age, medical conditions, and so forth. And they're also saying that anyone who has come in contact with a COVID-19 positive individual should be tested 3 to 5 days, which this isn't a change. But if an individual who's vaccinated does have symptoms, they do have to quarantine and isolate. And then CDC recommends for schools, universal masking and lane preventing strategies, which is recommended for all entities. So the next slides, I have what that layering mitigation strategies are. So here you see an example of the Swiss cheese model. So Swiss cheese has holes. When you layer Swiss cheese upon Swiss cheese, you get more cheese coverage for your sandwich. So we can do the same thing with mitigation strategies. Yes. So on the right-hand side, you have shared responsibilities such as vaccines, adhering to quarantine and isolation, government messaging, financial support for these efforts, and proper ventilation in buildings, testing being available. And then on the left-hand side, you have personal responsibilities such as adhering to social distancing, wearing a mask, doing proper hand hygiene, not touching your face, and so forth. If we layer multiple mitigation strategies, we have more prevention and protection for the community. Next slide. So we'll come back to those different strategies, but I wanted to provide an update, sort of the emergency orders and where we are at now. And this sort of speaks to what Carrie was mentioned before the presentation. And so on the federal level, President Trump signed a proclamation on March 1st declaring a national emergency. That proclamation is still in effect and actually was extended on July 20th. For the state, Governor Walz issued Executive Order 2001 declaring a peacetime emergency on March 13th. That ended on July 1st, which is now putting the guidance and recommendations to the cities and the counties to make recommendations to protect their citizens. And as for the county, on March 19th, the board approved a resolution declaring a state of local emergency response to COVID-19, and that is current until September 1st. Next slide. Before we get into the proposed solutions that we can do, I wanted to share with you what we currently are doing at the county. Is we have COVID-19 clinics. We've been doing these since January. We have a website. We have a Facebook page where we're promoting COVID-19 education, promoting outlets where individuals can get tested and receive the vaccine. We have a newsletter. We have related interviews on the radio and the newspaper. We have a data webpage that is still updated weekly to provide statistics to our county residents. We have an email where people can ask any question and a public health staff person will answer that question for you. And then we have a COVID-19 vaccine campaign, which I'll talk about on the next slide. But also on August 3rd, Winona County published a press release encouraging Winona County residents to get vaccinated and also encouraging individuals to voluntarily mask indoors. Next slide. This is an item that will be on our August 24th agenda, but it is another thing that Winona County will be doing in the future, and it's a vaccine campaign. As we have heard, there is a lot of different information out there about the vaccine. Some of it's from credible sources, some of it's misinformation. So Winona County is establishing a COVID-19 vaccine campaign to sort of debunk some of those myths and put out credible information into the community and promote the ways people can get the vaccine. What we're doing is going to have a campaign for 3 months. The target audience is our unvaccinated Winona County residents. The cost is stated on the slide, and we would be using our federal COVID-19 information grant to cover these funds. How we would do this is we would have 3 billboards located on highways 14 and 61 with the message. We're going to work with 3 different radio stations that will broadcast into 17,000 different homes. And we'll be working with TV, specifically KTTC Broadcasting, that will advertise this campaign on not only their TV shows, a Packer game, Viking game, but also on Hulu, YouTube, PlayStation, and Roku. And then we're working with newspapers to have items proposed there.
Aren't your media required to do public health announcements?
Good question.
A public service announcement.
Yeah, public service announcement that why should we, what are you expecting to spend 36,000?
Yeah, you could, yeah, but the amount of time they have to dedicate to that's limited.
Yeah.
So it would be an option that we could look at to maybe supplement some of this, but it certainly, I don't think it would be the go-to, just because they do limit that, and there are other people that are also qualified for it as well.
I have a personal issue with KTTC. They changed, they got bought, and they don't come free over the airwaves anymore.
Yeah.
In our area.
A lot of change.
They do at my place.
They cut, I'm supposed to listen to Eau Claire, Wisconsin to get
That's
NBC.
through a dish.
So we get,
That's through the public air that they're using. How far does our land rights go? How high? They're bouncing it off my land. I can't get it. So I could supplement. I mean, I think the, public health, public emergency dollars or something.
We'll talk more about this on August 25th, but that's just another thing that Winona County is doing. If we go on the next slide, we can see what other counties are doing at this time. So as a result of the state emergency order ending on July 1st, many counties and different entities have taken it into their own hands to prevent and provide protection for individuals who participate or their cities or counties entities. So for example, the federal government is requiring vaccinations for employees. Goodhue County is recommending masking wearing to all individuals 2 years of age and older. Olmsted County is recommending wearing masks. Dodge County is requiring masks in all county buildings and the public to wear masks. Winona State is encouraging the vaccine and has been working with Winona County Public Health to do so at the freshman orientation days, but will also be requiring masks. That started on August 4th. The Minnesota State College Southeast is requiring masks regardless of vaccination. St. Mary's are requiring masks regardless of vaccination and will require the vaccine once it's fully approved by the FDA. And then the Winona County District Court.
I'm sorry, who did you say is going to require vaccination?
St. Mary's once it's fully approved by the FDA.
Yeah.
Oh, fully approved by the FDA.
Yeah, not.
That might be some time.
A couple months, right?
They're saying it could be in the near future.
Yeah, September, I thought.
They're mandating
What I
it.
hear is,
They're
St. Mary's, once it's fully approved, they then will require their students and staff to receive the vaccine.
Right,
It's
but
part
that's
of
a
the
private.
required vaccinations that, it's part of the required vaccinations that college students have to get into the college. And the University of Minnesota just today also approved that. At least they're making a recommendation to their Board of Regents, and they are also waiting for the FDA approval, which Dr. Fauci said will be by August. So we'll see. But
Oh, and he's a trusted,
very.
trusted
I grew
source.
up in Bethesda, Maryland, down the street from
A very
NIH.
trusted
So,
source.
yeah.
Okay, but it has to be
Okay.
fully FDA approved.
For
Yeah,
St. Mary's,
yeah,
yes.
and they expect more will join that once it's approved, because it will be approved like any other vaccine, as you mentioned, polio, measles, whatever. So,
meningitis for
yeah.
college students, yeah.
Serious.
And then the last one's Winona County District Court are saying masks are to be required worn in the courtroom for in-person hearings. The next slide poses some possible actions Winona County could take. One is no changes, leave things how it is. Option 2 would be to require face coverings for all Winona County employees. 2B would be requiring face coverings for all inside Winona County buildings, employees, and visitors. And then option 3 would be implement a county-wide mask mandate. For any of these options, if considered, we would need to consider the duration of the request, and because we want to make sure that we're not changing it up depending on certain different factors, and then what would launch us to going into these different options.
And just to, excuse me, Madam
No,
Chair?
I'm-
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, just to be clear, what the CDC is saying, if your transmission is in the last two categories, the high or the substantial,
Substantial or high.
you should be masking anyway, in public, indoors in public, right?
Well, it says yeah, they're recommending that you mask or
Yeah,
encourage.
so that's the CDC guidance.
Yeah, so if you go back to that one where you had the 4 bullet points from the CDC.
Yep.
Further
Keep
back,
going.
yeah. Right before that.
Right
yeah.
here.
So, so the second bullet point is pretty much consistent with the approach we've been, or is consistent with the approach we've been taking for, our employees in our buildings. We followed the governor's mandates, of course, as we were supposed to, and we've also used the CDC guidelines if in any absence of the governor's mandate or, we had to look at obviously if there are any conflicts, but in the past they've been pretty much consistent. So that's what we're doing now, and that's actually what the CDC recommends for us, even at that substantial. But what that does is allow people to make a decision based on whether they're vaccinated or not. It's an individual decision as employees. So that's where we stand today.
But we don't know the percent of staff or employees who are currently vaccinated.
No, based on that
Private
guideline, it's a personal responsibility. We don't check vaccinations at the door.
I mean, we might be using bullet point number 1 and number 2 or something like that. The first one is.
Well, we're recommending vaccines, obviously, that's our county position.
Right.
And we're recommending masking indoors, but it's not required.
Yeah. You put new signs on the.
Well, and
door, I
we're,
think it
and
says
it's
recommend.
consistent with bullet point number 2, what we're doing. Yeah. And anybody that, even if you're vaccinated and you want to wear a mask, you can do that. Of course, it's personal choice.
Okay, so you will send out all this information in a.
I think one of the things we do want to discuss today is if we need a future meeting before the 9/1 expiration date of the county's emergency powers.
Yeah.
And the reasoning there is there are other things that brings into play for, and maybe Karen can address this better than I can, and also with Ben Klinger in terms of what we can do, just actions we can take under that emergency declaration that we can't take if it's gone. And some of it has to do with funding, some of it has to do with other things like that come up, and also it just affects a number of things if the board has that in place. I think Karen would be better to
Well,
explain that.
didn't you just say we're having something on the next agenda, board agenda? We're not
Yeah,
making any
yeah,
decisions today.
Right, no decisions today, but just want to let you know that that's what we're going to be.
But we
talking
need
about.
another meeting, you said?
No,
Oh.
I'm sorry, just the next meeting.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I guess he's asking us, do we want to let the emergency declaration expire on September 1st, or do we want to extend it? And if we did, what are the reasons? Because there may
Well,
be.
it should expire because that's the board action we took. And then
Right.
at the next meeting, if we decide to extend it, then
And
that's
it-
when we.
Okay.
It might be that there's funding available for the townships or for us or
Okay.
for whatever.
I just want to make sure everyone's clear in the process. I don't think
Uh-huh.
I'm confusing it, but if it's on the next board agenda, we'll be faced with, or the board will be faced with that decision of whether you want to move it forward or not. We can certainly explain what the advantages are at that point.
I would be, and so Dodge County is a county that has made a mask mandate in their buildings, right? And is that, if you could get the details of that and how they make that decision? Is it a decision that they made and now it's in effect, or that they change weekly so that if they fall back into the moderate, then it's rescinded? I mean, just what are the timeframes that they use to figure out when it's on and when it's off?
I can do that.
Okay, I wouldn't think that you'd want to make it daily, because that's probably really confusing.
Yeah, people would be out there with signs.
But one of the things, though, I guess from my point of view is I absolutely agree with you. You don't want to be jumping back and forth too much. It would be really hard. You got to, sign on the wall one day and it's a different sign the next day. It looks similar, but it's different. Is that right now, even in the substantial category, the CDC is recommending that people mask up. It's not saying you should mandate people masking up. It does give mandates for higher education and that kind of thing, and also the elementary schools, where it's saying you should require a mask for those schools.
So my opinion is,
Yeah.
I tend to feel that if someone has to come into this office or go into the license bureau because they must do legal business, that they shouldn't be required to put themselves or their children at risk. And so they should feel guarantee that the staff will all have on masks and that the other people who are there will have masks, which is where I look at the mandate that I don't want people to be at risk simply because they have business that they have to do from a legal perspective with us.
Yeah, and I'm not, what I'm just saying is that for the last year and a half or whatever it is, we've been following this directive. So if and that's why it's here, actually. That's why this whole discussion is here. So because it's gotten to a point where that this is a kind of a debated issue. So the fact is the board can set the policy and then we'll follow it, whatever that is. I just wanted to point out that we have used this as our standard as we went along. So.
But I mean, our overall goal is to reduce the number of infections or positive cases. We know there's multiple ways to do that. We know the data that says, here's what's happening over here with the number of cases increasing. And then here are our options for controlling that or hopefully reducing that.
Yeah, but I thought
vaccinations are the highest.
One of the goals, though, I heard early on was to establish herd immunity. And where did that goal go? Was that not a goal? Did I misread
It's still
something?
the goal, and the state of Minnesota is at 70% of our population receiving one vaccine. Winona County is at 60% of our eligible population receiving the vaccine. So to get herd immunity, you either need to, which is the preferred way, is to receive the vaccine to have those antibodies in your system, or have contracted the virus, which the longevity of those antibodies is undetermined, so it's encouraged to receive the vaccine as well. And right now, where Winona County is sitting, we're not at that benchmark of 70% is the lowest percentage that we need to achieve.
Have our, you were going to do this campaign and I didn't see anything. Well, again, we're going to discuss it further, but I mean, there's a lot of people that don't use anything that you had posted up there. I mean, are you using any social media or anything? Of course, I guess the college kids will get their information from their
newspapers
institutions.
and radio in there. I mean, beyond that, it'd be door to door.
My kids and younger, they don't use those.
Oh, we have social media as well.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, yeah. No, definitely. That's one of our major. Yeah.
That's what we're trying to do.
Oh, yeah.
They'll tell you that
People
Facebook
don't even
page is
use
for-
Facebook.
That's for
Facebook
older
is
people.
old. Yes,
That's for
Facebook is
older
old people. And Facebook isn't trustworthy. And such. So do we have information? Because you said somewhere you said that we've only got like 7,000 people that aren't eligible. So we got 44 that have had the first shot and everything. But so are we reaching the different ethnic groups we have in the county? Are we seeing a big void in certain segments of our population? And again, do those, if we do see those voids, are they using those, is the message going to get to them? I question that.
Our intent is to have the message be given to them or directed to them. And then also, I'm hoping our campaign would also be able to work with Project Find to get it translated in Hmong and Spanish.
And there's been vaccinations on site of different housing projects and things like that. So there's been an extended effort, I think, to reach.
But we don't know we can't say we don't know who's refusing to get vaccinated. Is there a certain ethnic group, a certain age group, a certain, can we narrow down our?
I can pull up a report that shows the demographics.
Yeah, I mean.
Do we have any information on?
White women living in Nodine, are they refusing to get, I don't know,
Well, do we have any information on the reasons people are giving? I know a friend of mine was volunteering with the vaccinations, and so he was curious, and actually at our Lions Club meeting, he was asking a person nearby why their wife had delayed getting her vaccination, just collect anecdotally. And for some people, they're afraid of the side effects, or they don't want to miss work because of side effects. But I would say you don't want to miss work because of COVID or the side effects of getting, the virus full on. But that's enough to keep some people away from. Do we know other reasons?
Yep. So we conducted a study with 156 Winona County residents, and so did StemCell, which our results sort of aligned. The first was those long-term side effects, concerns with the safety and efficacy of the vaccine with the short term that it was created, infertility concerns, and then also distrust in the governments, and then specifically for individuals who had disabilities, barrier concerns, or not able to receive the vaccine due to underlying medical conditions.
So we've been able to target our messages back to some of those issues.
Correct. For the campaign, we're going to try to debunk any misinformation on those specific
And
topics.
recommending that people talk to their doctor or, yeah, about those kinds of concerns. Okay.
So you're pushing the masks, but I see these little paper things. Has it been determined if they're really doing any quality? I mean, you talk about how they fit, or should we be requiring? I mean, seriously, if you want to require masks, should you have an N95 surgical high-grade mask? Or can I go out and make one out of tissue paper? I mean, there's a lot of different, and of course, I hate to say, most of these little tiny ones are probably made in China. So again, are you looking at a quality? Where are you going with this? Are you looking at a quality mask or just some kind of face covering? Can I use a cloth bandana? I mean, again, the whole nation is on these masks, but there's a big variance as to the quality, the fit, and the use. I've had one in my car. I've probably had for a year. Should I keep using that? If I need it, I pull that one out. Is it contaminated? What are you, again, and will you have all these guidelines? And then I'm seeing Ms. Holte there. Is this because I see a number of our employees don't, and I think it's a personal choice. Is it a union? Is it a arbitrary and capricious element that our unions may raise, that they don't want to wear masks? Because we've been told herd immunity. We've been told get the vaccination. You're okay. We've been told a lot of things, and now it seems like we're trying to tell them a different story. Ms. Holte, is it a union? Could it be a union thing? It could be. Okay. I mean, and we always worry about litigation. So, I mean, we have to be careful what we're, and right now it's a recommendation. And I think that's what we want to stay with.
If I could speak to this, at least preliminary, because as Melanie was saying, there are some options, and the September 1st date we had presented to you as, here's when we think that, this is a good time to terminate.
And I kind of feel like I was maybe duped a little bit back then too.
I mean, that was
I do
like
feel like
right
I
before,
feel like I was.
Well, no, but it was right before the variant started really increasing, and now I think that it's prescient in the sense that we're still in a good position where the board can make some decisions, and you can exercise the leadership that actually this community is looking for. I mean, because the governor has ended his. I'm a member of the county COVID incident command team, and by statute, the county attorney has the authority also to advise on these emergency management issues. And you as a board, the county board in Winona County in particular, and other counties like it, acts as the local public health board. And so you actually have a mandate from the state, and I'm passing around the Local Public Health Act. I've got copies here for people in the audience. And Commissioner Ward, I mean, you're probably one of the most experts on public health. You've been around for a long time and experienced in that area. But the statute itself is real clear that controlling communicable diseases, which this is perhaps the oldest and most fundamental public health responsibility. That's out of the Minnesota Department of Health. And for decades, it was the primary responsibility of local boards of public health. You are the board of public health. And it's a statutory mandate for you to control communicable diseases. That's right in 145A.04. So we're coming before you today for informational purposes, but at the August 24th, kind of asking, what is the board, if anything, going to do to deal with this? And hopefully the numbers keep going down like they have for the last day or so. We're, as Melanie said, we are in the substantial, not the high range. And I checked the CDC, we're on that. substantial, but it still doesn't mean we're out of the woods. So you do have the authority to make some decisions. I would like the opportunity to put together a little more, how should I say, detailed memo on your authorities, because there are some other issues, as you brought up, Commissioner Ward, with employees. You know, what can the county do, both in terms of masks and vaccinations with employees? What can we do, which we did, and you did, and I think anecdotally to me, I mean, yeah, I'm just an attorney, but our numbers went down because we were masking up and people were getting vaccinated. And it's that combination. The Swiss cheese example is perfect in terms of showing why things were working and then things aren't working because people are getting a little too how should we say, resting on their laurels. So we're back up and running as the COVID Incident Command team, and we're asking for your support in looking at this from your vantage point as not just the county board, but the local public health board. So,
well, when you talk about our authorities, it's my understanding that some cities have adopted mask mandates.
New York City, there are cities, there are counties. I don't know if they're mask mandates in their public buildings. Now, as I said, I need more time to put together a better memo, but I have done a preliminary office look-see here. As a county board, it's likely, yes, that you could implement a mask mandate across the county, but I need to look at that a little more carefully. That's the 145A.
That wasn't my question.
I'm sorry, what was your question then?
In a city.
A city
City of
could,
Winona.
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, so then my thought process is federal could do it, the state could do it, each city could do it. I don't feel good even discussing, and as soon as Walls's order came in that he was going to end the emergency, I had constituents call me immediately, and they were concerned that he's given the authority to the counties. The counties are going to potentially put a mask mandate on the entire county, and they said, you need me to bring in 150 people to protest that we don't want this to happen. That was their response. So I mean, there's people on every side of the issue. To me, the issue is, of course, we want to take care of people. And if we were at the height of the pandemic, when we're seeing hospitals overrun and full, that seems to me a lot different than now. You tend to find what you're looking for, and we have become really good at looking for this virus. And now we've figured out how to find it in a lot of people, but I'm just, I asked when the last death was May, and yeah, that's terrible. And I feel bad about that, but I mean, the amount of fear that we're generating in the public out of people not being in the hospital in the middle of a pandemic it seems counterproductive.
But I think public health is also about prevention, and I'm not the expert on public health, Melanie is, but prevention is key. And when you made that comment, Commissioner Jacob, about, or asking where are we at in this, we're still in a pretty good place, but as Melanie said, we're at the beginning of another trend. And if we don't do something, then we might, end up with, yes, hospitalizations going through the roof like other communities are. I mean, if you look out where the states that have the most unvaccinated rates, they have the highest hospitalization rate. So it's really an education campaign of, get vaccinated, wear masks. Nobody wants to go to mandatory anything, but
in the interest of public safety, we could mandate that no one use the roads because there's people dying in cars. I mean, what the consequences have to correlate with the risks. And if somebody, you know,
Well-
we've all agreed, you should get vaccinated. If that person doesn't want to get vaccinated, they're increasing their risk. And for us to,
With all due respect, Commissioner Jacob, if you,
Well, you should be-
in reading the articles on the national level, people who didn't get vaccinated, there's a horrible story about somebody who didn't get vaccinated, and when they're just about to go
Well,
on the ventilator, excuse me, they ask the doctor for the vaccination, and he says it's too late. So what you're saying is, let's wait till we have so many high hospitalizations. What I think public health, the whole point of public health is to prevent the spread of communicable disease. So we're asking just that you consider looking at, encouraging masks or requiring employees to wear masks, just like you were
Okay,
doing,
so-
last spring. Because this has actually been, and I just wanted to correct something on the PowerPoint. The emergency order has been in place since March of 2020. It says 2021 up there, but that emergency order has been in place since March of 2020. Because you have taken the leadership and said this is a problem and that we want to do something about it.
But I think we've taken the leadership too and say, we've got vaccines. You were at the fair. I mean, so we are providing people with opportunities but we're also providing people opportunities to make their own decisions. And so when you throw the word, when you start throwing, when you start throwing out mandate, and I've had some calls and such, that really gets people, we're in the greater United States and we have freedoms and we want to maintain those freedoms. So it's kind of funny. We can go to Canada now if you have a test and you have your card, but the Canadians can't come to the United States yet. I mean, so we're at all different levels in this
Madam Chair?
issue. Yes.
Yeah, and that was why I said much earlier, and just that if you have children or if you have a compromised immune system, you don't have the choice yet.
You have to be extremely responsible for your own situations. Yeah. Uh-huh.
But if someone chooses not to get vaccinated, they're not only putting their own health at risk, they're putting the general public's health at risk.
But we do live in a free society.
We have the freedom to infect other people.
So back to the conversation between you and I, Attorney Sonneman. I think we've all agreed that vaccines are a good solution. So where I'm getting confused is we're not talking about mandating vaccines, and I would never consider that. We're saying we know vaccines are the solution, so let's mandate masks. That doesn't add up to me.
And I'm not saying mandate anything. I'm saying that you have the authority to do certain things, and that's what's in 145A. It's your decision. Only the county board, because the state has abdicated.
The cities,
really.
we just discussed that. Federal can,
Well, the
state
city-
can, city
right, the
can.
city-
It's not only the county board. Each business has the ability. They're private businesses if
and
they want to.
Disney and Walmart have
Yeah.
mandated it for
Yeah,
their employees.
So I'm saying there's plenty of places that it can be done.
Right. So I am not advocating, I'm saying that you have the authority to make some decisions here, and that's up to you.
Yeah, the people that are getting a hold of me are not in favor of what the direction this is going. And I'm just, those are my constituents. And if you think that they'll be silent if we, that a lot of them probably work here in the county. There's some people want it, some people don't.
Right, and there's
That's
other
why-
people who
So we're
want
going to leave this today because actually I probably have a need for nutrition.
I have a
and
3 o'clock
you may-
appointment.
And I will get hangry the more we keep going here.
Goodness sakes, I thought 3 o'clock can be okay for goodness.
Okay.
I
So
can
there
have
will
some of my
be-
nuts.
There will be more on our next board agenda.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay. And I think Ms. Holte or, the HR world needs to be in what we're even considering. And, there's multiple partners.
I
in what
certainly
we're
do.
considering.
I certainly do want to commend you and the entire emergency management team for all the work that you have done and that you continue to do. Yes.
But this information needs to be put on our new website because again, I have a little issue with it, not seeing it earlier because I find it challenging to read it. But according to Attorney Sonoman's past practice is, we're not supposed to discuss anything that's not on our agenda.
Oh, I think
You had a placeholder, but we didn't have any of the information.
I
And I
think
think
they
that-
wanted the information to be as up to date as possible.
Well, yes, but here again, we're talking about public public information campaign. We didn't have any of this, other than receiving it today.
There was no
And-
action asked for either.
Right, no action. But again, if you're trying to educate the public, you have to put it out there as much as you possibly can.
We
So
will.
it needs to go on the website somehow, please. That's my request.
Yeah, we totally do.
Thanks a lot.
There's a lot of information
Thank you,
there
Karen.
and a lot of, it's hard to, read through it so quickly.
No, there was a lot. It was really a lot to
Yeah,
absorb.
yeah, and I'm sorry.
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Yes.
It's probably for county HR representative,
Ms.
head of
Holte?
HR, Ms. Holte, yes. Do we need to discuss, or could we delay without any issue for 2 weeks this conversation about how to fill the county administrator position?
We're just
My-
not going to
could we
accept
have
this
a-
letter.
Could we have a work session?
Done.
Could we have a work session between now and
Yeah,
the
I only
next
say that because
meeting?
it's been so long. And Marcia needs to eat, she's hangry.
I was gonna move to table it.
Good job.
No, I just told him I'm not accepting his letter. So then that's the mute point.
But we could have a work session between now and our next meeting if the
Well, we can do it
timeline-
next
if the
meeting.
timeline is
Sensitive.
tight.
It's not that time
It's,
sensitive.
yeah, no,
Okay.
no.
I'll just move to table
Table,
until the next meeting.
I will
Not
second that.
asking for action, is it?
no, well,
Well, advice.
Yes, we
yeah,
have,
it was
Yeah.
direction.
Yeah.
And there's a lot there again to discuss.
Oh, yeah.
So table, we
yeah.
have a motion to table 7 point, what is it?
5.
7.5.
yeah, I second it.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Jacob, second by Commissioner Meyer. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, table. All right, thank you. Thank you. We've got, we have the information that Pat provided. Does anybody feel the need to go over that in any detail?
I can look at it myself.
Everybody okay with just reviewing it? And
Pat,
if they have
okay
any,
with that?
if they have any questions, we can contact Pat. Hate to cut you off, Pat, but we're gonna cut you off. All right? I don't even know if he's there.
Well,
Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's just
Oh.
muted.
Okay,
We
you
love
okay
you.
with that, Pat?
We love you,
Yep,
Pat.
okay, sounds good.
All right, thank you, Pat. All right, so we accept your report. I guess is what we did. All right. Okay, we had Commissioner Kavesi.
Yeah, just an announcement, Good View Days is coming up. The parade is, I believe, the 21st of August. And that's one of the major activities. So just keep that on your radar. The Winlac.
I'm sorry, a quick question. Okay, we talk about mass gatherings as being problematic in our spread of COVID. Is there any mask mandates in
I'm
Goodyear?
sure there's contingencies that if the
So
data
people should,
shows.
so people should stay tuned.
Well, I'm just saying if the data shows anything severe or serious or changes, then yes, the Good View people may cancel or whatever.
Yeah,
Okay. The WinLAC meeting yesterday, a quick summary. We received an update on the consultant services and a budget. We approved the budget. We approved the advisory committee, which has been under discussion for several meetings. There is not an advisory committee meeting scheduled as of yet. We discussed the logo, the kickoff meeting, which is September 20th at the Tau Center. And we also discussed the draft watershed issues. And our next meeting is the 13th of December. And the last thing is that I was out Sunday on some of the county roads and township roads, and I really appreciate the residents and the county staff who got out. I mean, the rain was Saturday and Saturday night, so by Sunday morning, I saw bridges that had been cleared. I saw road debris that had been taken care of. I was very impressed. So thank you to the residents and to the county
How
staff.
about your basement?
Yeah.
Well, not my basement, but yeah, we actually had a leak on our egress window, but
You live on top of the hill.
our subdivision had several washouts. Yeah.
Wow.
You don't live far enough up the hill.
We're at the bottom of the hill.
Okay, Commissioner Meyer.
Yeah, oh, so the announcement is we have a new county website. The question is, did we intend to drop any content?
No, what we did was, we went through and consolidated and edited with the departments. The departments were involved in that process. We have a consultant that basically is doing the editing. There was a certain number of pages that the contract with Civic Plus only included, and there were less pages than we had on the website. So there may be some things that are missing. If you find something missing, let us know.
I was, Ann Schwartle put
Yeah.
back the 7:15 Planning Commission agenda packet because I asked
Oh,
for it,
some of the agendas and stuff we're still working on. Yeah, there was.
but you'll get them there.
Yeah, well, I don't know how far back. I'd have to check on what the latest status was. The original plan was to kind of go back as far as we could and then put them on there. Then there was a problem with that. So we put on as many as we can. I think we can always add other ones back. We are looking at how to make that better.
Great.
I guess.
I'll say that I got a complaint from a constituent.
Yeah,
was
so
looking
they were
for
looking for a
something that wasn't-
previous one
Yeah,
that
it
wasn't on
out
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and you said it was this recently? Or, I mean, the date of the
The
meeting. that you were
complaint
looking
was
for.
yesterday. I think it was an older meeting, but over the
Like
weekend, I
how-
wanted,
How old, you know? 'Cause- okay.
yeah, well, I think how we used to go back a few years.
It went way back. And
Yeah, it
so,
went
yeah,
way-
well, I think we,
I myself have used those in the past, but
yeah.
I would,
yeah.
if there's another way to get them, I guess, even if they're not there.
Yeah, I'll review that and see what,
Thank you.
what the current status is, and then we'll figure out how to get more on that.
But I mean, I was trying to look at the 7:15 meeting because I had deleted it off of
Mhm.
here and then it wasn't there. And
Yeah.
Ann put it up on Sunday, which I was like, wow.
Another thing that's not really obvious on it is that if you use the search function, there are actually documents that you can access that aren't on a page.
Oh,
Because they're on the website, or they were on the website before.
very
So
tricky, yeah.
you can look up plats, you
works.
can look up all kinds of stuff. So,
It never.
I've used the search function and it's much improved.
yeah, very.
That search function didn't function at all.
Well, yeah,
That's-
it's non-existent. It was
Yeah,
a,
this one's much better, and there's actually data out there that, you know, you wouldn't normally think would be on the website. I mean, it's public, but it's,
I mean, I will say, people always complain till they get used to it.
Yeah.
Because they'll say, oh, the old one was so much better. I'm like, no. God.
yeah, but I will check that one thing, because we did have a go around on how we were gonna be able to do that.
Okay,
I'm
thank
not sure the status. So.
Commissioner Olson.
I'm just looking for somebody to support a future board discussion, and this would be relating to specifically the dog breeding ordinance. I think what we saw today showed a lot of shortfalls in the CUP process through the dog breeding thing that we should address and specify what exactly the responsibilities are of the county. But at least have a discussion. And maybe while we're having the discussion, we'd have to consider a moratorium, just so we could iron that out. But
I would second that. I think there's a lot of confusion, obviously, from today's discussion about different responsibilities and compliance and things like that.
Okay. Just one thing, tonight, the Winona County Fair Board is having their appreciation for all their volunteers, and I would hope that I could share with them that the county board appreciates the county
Yes,
fair
for sure.
board, that they pulled off an amazing event with all the COVID things. and such.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I will share.
and
with
good
them.
onion rings.
Onion rings, yeah. All right. That's it. I will
Motion to
tell them
adjourn.
thank you.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
You have to ask for discussion.